posão.
O dvoriu estraga se tu vendeste na
we do is that we have 10 times the ability to keep it happening. And I will not deliver any presentation, by the way. What I want to share is like the sentiment of so many colleagues, people this year. It's important to be here now. This year, we can talk a lot about the difficulties we all have, that, you know, the challenges of working from home, which basically means you work from your kitchen, you work from your kids' room, you have it all over the place. And I'm so excited today because to understand the importance of this event, a colleague died yesterday. Sorry, so sad. Another colleague died with COVID. And that's why what I want to share to that, it's so important that we keep going, keep it running, and keep contributing to this. Because actually, a few of the things that made me happy those days were that we keep, as a community, like a few days ago, Bobby made a very powerful statement. We all were like living with this reality show between dev.bg and the Facebook group dev.bg, and I'm happy that in those times open such events, that despite that all the difficulties, all the technical difficulties, we keep going. I'll be talking a little bit later today. It's very unusual for me not to have slides or whatever, but the point which I want to make is let's keep it together. As this year we had 30 or more people. We never saw them. We saw them online. So the point is that online now, but let's hope it will online maybe next year. So very happy to see all of you. Very happy to see all of you I don't see, and I hope that we will have a one. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for the pitch, and because we are already after the schedule, we will with technical presentations. We will have probably 1-2 minutes break, and after that technical sessions will start. Here in track 1, which is also in person, you will be able to meet at the first track. Thank you.
Okay, I see I'm online. Dilo, could you just confirm that there is sound? Okay, thank you.
Момент, да
Okay, just let me know whether we shall start, because it's already 10 minutes past the schedule.
Едва ли, че има connection issues, но може би от Wi-Fi. Добре.
Ето ти кабел за LAN.
Няма. Ще съществува такива. Не сме дойде.
Вижда се екраната.
Okay. Hello everyone. So I will speak mostly to my screen because I guess that most people want.
Dido, could you please mute yourself, because I can hear you.
I don't have any slides. I have basically only one slide that is actually this presentation even. I'm Nadia Gochev. I'm 6 co-leaders of the Bulgarian Java user group. And yes, our script conference.
Okay, guys. You know that this is a hybrid conference. It's my pleasure and honor to speak on JSTalks for 6th time. This is the largest conference we here organize with Bulgarian software community. Starting from somewhere, my name is Sivelin Andreev, and the topic today is FluxQL, which is a next generation management of time series language inspired by JavaScript, although it is written in Go. You already know our sponsors, and the event is free for attendees, and the sponsors make it possible. The thing is that the sponsors are helping in advertising, pre-conference trainings and sessions, recording, streaming. Last year there were more than 1,400 attendees on site, and most of these have been partners for years. Who am I? I'm Microsoft Azure MVP, software architect at Interconsult Bulgaria, with 18 years of experience, mainly in the areas of IoT, machine learning, computer intelligence, web development, software-oriented architectures. I'm also keen on security and performance optimization. I'm also Chief Technology Officer of ICB Digital and expert for the European Commission for a couple of programs, which probably you may not know, but you see the logos on the right. It is, of course, challenging having a presentation completely online in this kind of format. We need to mind our French, and there is a very small amount of feedback which we can get live, but you should have received Teams meeting, and after the session you could go there for questions and short discussions. Okay, let us start from somewhere. So we're going to discuss what are time series databases, what is Flux, and why it is that difference. Of course, it starts in the context of InfluxDB version 2. We're going to talk about deployment, configuration, syntax, what's new and cool, how to deploy it. Here on the right, actually on the left, you will see just a preview of the language. It is a lightweight scripting language for querying data, and it's different because it decouples the query engine from the storage tier. So it is unlike SQL Server, for example. As mentioned in the session summary, it is similar to JavaScript. It's inspired by JavaScript in its syntax, but it's written in Go and implements a functional paradigm, because it matches more closely the purpose, and you will see how data frames get passed from function to function, each one performing some operation on it. Because there is always no time for things like takeaways and references, just to have an overview of what you will have links for. what is the time series database and the requirements for it. There is a good blog post written by Baron Schwartz, who is pretty well known for his contribution for MySQL. Then the Flux language specification and a description of how to implement a cluster. What is new in Flux, comparing InfluxQL and Flux, because now we're talking about Flux, a language created especially for Influx version DB2, but as mentioned previously, it is not bound to a specific database engine. Templates, galleries, client libraries in different languages, actually more than 15 or probably about 20 languages. And in Flux, they have mind-blowing documentation, really very, very cool. And only for the last 1 year, they have more than 150 videos. So here we go on the main topic. What is a time series database? It is a database optimized for storing and monitoring timestamped data. So this is data aggregated over time. You see a chart on the right. It is probably a trustworthy one, because there is you see there is a COVID drop in May, June this year. Yeah, you know, this is still actual. It is the fastest growing database category out there. So you see how it has developed the last 24 months. It is in terms of percentage of growth. Okay, but what makes time series data different? First of all, it is a compression ratio, which could be between 1 to 1,000 to 1 to 5,000 difference compared to relational database management system. So it is about 1 gigabyte of time series data is equal to 5 terabytes of relational data. Their writes are mainly most of the operations in 95 to 99% of the cases. Special algorithms like swinging door are used for realistic exceptions, so that data could be compressed more efficiently. If you make updates, this is very rare and uncommon. Deletes are bulk in a larger interval of time, same as queries. Queries are sequential, like I want all the data for this period a month ago, a week ago, or for a period of 10 days. And there is comprehensive aggregation frameworks usually. When to consider time series? This is when we talk about popularity distribution. Here you could see that relational database management systems still hold about 74% of the market, and time series databases on their own are not that popular in general, but they gain popularity, extremely high popularity in the last couple of years. So they're particularly useful for emerging workloads, like if you're having devices monitoring, if you're having data points. The scenarios when you could use them is for monitoring, Internet of Things, trade, because there is a nanosecond precision available. For scientific computing, like earthquakes, rainfall, weather, etc. And you could use them as time series data lake, ingesting millions of points per second. Influx database itself is purposely built. It's not like Mongo, for example. A MongoDB is a non-SQL database, but it has an aggregation framework which could be used for the purposes of time series. But the point is that MongoDB is not built bottom up for time series workloads. In Flux, they have insanely thorough documentation, including for the Flux language, which is available in GitHub and it is open source. You see here the ranking, independent ranking of top 15 time series databases, and this scale is logarithmic. So this means that you see the second here is having probably 3 times lower rating. The second time series database having 3 times lower rating than Influx database. It is good to know here that Flux was introduced for the so-called Influx version 2. Once again, Flux is for managing data in an efficient manner. It is not bound to this engine. And until version 1.8 of Influx, it was the Influx QL, which is pretty much SQL-like language. Okay, if you want to go out there and get an Influx database, what should you do? There are 3 offerings. First of the offerings is the one which we're going to look at. It is the open source version. It is they're following all open core model. The InfluxDB Enterprise is extremely expensive, actually, I would say. So it is. There is a way to deploy an environment with Influx Enterprise in the cloud, in Azure, for example. You could also buy and install one locally. The difference is that InfluxDB Enterprise has some cool features, additional, like fine-grained authentication on tag level. The tag is the thing which you are tracking, for which you are storing data. At the same time, one node of Enterprise for on-premises installation costs about $10,000, and I'm pretty much sure that you're not going for it. So most of us are using the open source version. But soon there was introduced Influx DB Cloud with a new pricing policy. It was very expensive previously, but now you will see later in the presentation, it is very competitive. So this is basically the difference. Influx DB Cloud is managed. You pay for your usage, and it is managed by Influx as a company. Open source, you could install it on your computer, on a Linux, for example, or in a Docker container. And enterprise is really enterprise, even including the cost. What's new in Influx database 2.0 general availability? The interesting thing here is that the general availability was announced just about 10 days ago, on 10th of November. So Flux was introduced in version 1.8. So if you remember, we are having Influx version 1 and Influx version 2. We're not going to talk a lot about version 1. It is a part of the TIC stack, which is the Telegraph, Influx, Chronograph, and Capacitor. These applications are for, the Telegraph is for data ingestion, the Influx is the database, the Chronograph is for visualization, and the Capacitor is for acting on data, like sending warnings and notifications, things like this. There is available a transpile command line interface tool, which if Influx, if you are already aware of Influx QL in some way, you just use it to have it transpiled to Flux, but Flux is not having a steep learning curve. It is perfectly okay to learn. That is the reason why its syntax was inspired by JavaScript, so that you could have something common to start from. There is a Grafana data source plugin available for version 2.0. Everything is programmatically controlled, and it is built on APIs. So everything you could do in the graphical user interface could be done in the APIs. There is, of course, a but or a problem. You could see some forum records or questions regarding the performance of Flux itself compared to Influx QL. And the sad truth is that it is slightly slower than Influx QL, but the official response is that performance, although this is not expected, it is not surprising. So the Influx company will add functionality to Flux as a secondary requirement as soon as they make everything generally available. Okay, but why the trouble to create a new language? Probably on previous JavaScript related conferences, most of the sessions are, okay, we have a new versions of React, a new versions of Angular, a new framework for visualization or doing something else. Typically, me, myself, I prefer focusing on something dramatically new. When I start learning something, I try to focus on a thing which is a conceptual or completely new, or something which is groundbreaking. Influx, the needs of Influx 2.0 made Flux to be necessary to cover things that weren't possible in version 1. So we need to they needed to change the language. And Flux is a 4th generation programming language. You're probably aware that the 3rd generation languages are like C, C#, Java, even JavaScript. Pascal and BASIC. These are mostly structured and object-oriented programming languages. The point is, every subsequent generation is indicating a kind of increasing power of the language itself. So it is a 4th generation. It is an advancement of 3rd generation. And surprisingly, in 4th generation, you will see languages like SQL, Bash, R, and MATLAB. 5th generation is the highest generation, and some languages have signs of 5th generation, but not there is not a single language which is really a 5th generation language. So why not using SQL for data? Because initially in FluxQL was SQL-like, or why not using JavaScript? Mainly because it allows, a new language allows first advanced functionality. And second, because it avoids you expecting the same behavior as the language which you already know. So the features are that it is highly readable because it allows piping. It is usable and allows increased productivity, shorter code to express the same behavior. It is readable, and because it is derived from JS, which is quite a common language. It is also testable because functions can be tested in isolation in the outside world, not bound to the data source. The same way it is with SQL. And it's also shareable because people could, and contributable because people could contribute by defining new functions, creating new libraries. Currently, in Flux, currently Flux is having more than 300 functions for statistical purposes, for aggregations, etc. And one of the most important thing, it decouples the query engine from the storage tier. What is the difference between the behavior of the previous generation of Influx as a database using InfluxQL and Flux? I mentioned previously that InfluxQL is pretty much similar to SQL as language. So we have joins from buckets. We can make joins with data with originating from different locations. You could have multiple data sources handled like CSV, SQL, and Bigtable. In SQL, meaning SQL means MySQL, Snowflake, SQLite, Google BigQuery, MS SQL, Postgre, and Amazon Athena. Currently, I think there was a couple of more evenly. As I mentioned, custom functions, pivoting, histograms of data, statistical functions like covariance, grouping on any column, sorting on tags. Tags is like indexed columns in a standard relational database management system. You could even use mathematical expressions across different measurements. Measurements is like tables in a relational database management system. Okay, if you want to run it, you probably, if you are at the stage to be interested in this and you want to run it, the first thing to mention is the enterprise architecture. So in order to be interested in the enterprise architecture, probably it's good to know it, but yes, you need to pay a lot for this. There is a template available already in Azure Marketplace. I'm going to just share for a couple of seconds something. Okay. This is the Azure portal. The only thing you need to do is open the marketplace. This is the portal application. It's not in the browser. And search for Influx. Then you could go here and just create, but it is necessary to go here and read some things with regarding pricing. I will tell you more about this on the next slide. But when you go and you want to create, you don't need to write a lot of data, just a subscription, a resource group, region, username of administrative user. Everything happens afterwards pretty easily. So the architecture of the enterprise is that it has meta nodes. The meta nodes are adding and removing servers, moving shards, which are pieces of data. They communicate with each other, and the important thing is that they need to have a consensus quorum in order to make decisions. This makes 3 meta nodes a magic number, because 5 nodes in order to have a quorum is an overkill, and 4 nodes is again could tolerate 2 nodes loss at the same way as 3 meta nodes. So this is the preferred cluster size. And of course, data nodes, they store data, write queries, replicate data in meta nodes, and data nodes communicate with each other. Speaking of the deployment, I just show you how easy it is to make a deployment of the enterprise. And of course, it should be that easy, because an enterprise in Azure would cost you about 2,100. Okay, guys, sorry for the interruption. I see that I'm back online now. So the point on that slide here was to emphasize on the fact that the Influx Enterprise is very easy to install in Azure, but it costs you $2,100 per month. You could see the breakdown at the bottom. Okay, well. the thing which we are most interested into is the open source version. The open source version runs on Mac OS, Linux, and Docker, not on Windows, unless you want to run it on Docker for Windows. Basically, you create a virtual machine, you connect with SSH, you download and unzip the installation, and you have just a set of 10 commands below to run it as a service. It is pretty straightforward, provided that you know the appropriate commands. You are having these instructions here. So if at any point of time you need to check, you could refer to this. It is not a thing to remember, just to know that it is that easy. Then after the installation, you need to make some configuration. Of course, one of the most important things is to add the firewall rule and allow incoming TCP port. Then the option is to call the setup in the browser or using the command line interface. Basically, this is the way to set it up. How to set up the Influx in the cloud? It is again pretty straightforward. It is Influx 2, it is still in beta. You could see the pricing at the bottom. So if you are having an ingestion of data of 1 gigabyte, it is going to cost you $2 per month. If you are having 100,000 queries, it's going to cost you, regardless of the how heavy these queries are, you have $10 per month. The storage for 2 gigabytes is less than $3 per month, and reading out data of 1 gigabyte per month, it is about 9 cents. So this is a bill of less than, for some good usage, it is a bill of less than $15, which should be perfectly okay, I think, at least. It was announced that there is the Influx cloud on Azure could be deployed in 2 data centers in Amsterdam and in Virginia, United States. There is a free plan. I'm having one and using it for demonstration purposes. Of course, my Influx database version 2 is on a virtual machine with Linux, but there is a free retention of 30 days, which means that you could experiment, but all data will be deleted after 30 days. Well, what is cool about Flux and how it integrates with Influx? First of all, you remember the tick stack, so the Telegraph, which is about ingesting data. It has more than 200 plugin data sources, and even if you're having a custom data source, you could build own plugin for Telegraph because it is open source. There is also one of these plugins for Telegraph is for FluentD, and FluentD itself is having about 700 plugins for data ingestion. But from my perspective, most of these plugins are not that useful. You could ingest data from IoT Hub or other IoT platforms. So there is Telegraph plugin for IoT Hub, Event Hub, AMQP, MQTT, HTTPS. Also storage queues, SQL Server and Windows Server templates. I mentioned previously the Flux SQL package, which is giving it the unmatched for an open source time series database with such performance feature to have at the same time query working with both telemetry and relational database data, which could be later on built so that you could have enrichment. We'll see this later in the demo. Enrichment of the database data of the telemetry data with the relational data, and the supported databases are written below: Amazon Athena, Google BigQuery, MS SQL, MySQL, Postgre, Snowflake, SQLite. We could also put out data to Azure Monitor or Application Insights. This is a thing which we're using in a platform which we're building in our company. In terms of analysis, the Flux editor in the graphical user interface is built on the Monaco editor, on the same which is under the Visual Studio Code software. There are also tasks, which is like continuous queries, things which are running in parallel on a time schedule, for example. There are more than 300 built-in functions for quantiles and percentiles. So quantiles, difference is that quantiles is between 0 and 1, and percentiles is between 0 and 100. And in essence, it is a value representing the quantile or percentile of input data. Like if you say something like 20th percentile, this means that 80% of the data are below you or that point. You have windowing functions, time series forecasting. Hot winters is called the algorithm, and there is a precondition for not random data, so that where you have a trend and seasonality. Like seasonality, you probably could predict the amount of beer used in Bulgaria at next month. If you have data for previous weeks, previous years, there is kind of seasonality. You guys already know that although we drink beer all the time, we basically drink more in the summer days. There is also geo-tracking, geospatial filters, which is if you have records with longitude and latitude, you have functions on this geodata. You have functions for anomaly detection, and also with Python client, you could use analytics from Python. There are client SDKs in multiple languages: Go, C#, Java, PHP, Ruby, Scala, Python, the .NET CLI. You just install it as a NuGet package. The SDK features, what you can do with them is to query data, write, delete. In terms of the monitoring of data, there is a thing called deadman check, which assigns a status to data when a series or group doesn't report in a specific amount of time. So if you could monitor that you haven't received new data and raise an alarm or alert. There is also a threshold check, which assigns status based on value being above, below, or inside certain interval, and you could send notifications to Teams, Slack, Telegram, or some webhooks. We usually use webhooks for when there is some web service method or just other URL. This is the last slide before the demo. It is to demonstrate the SQL from function, which is one of the most interesting thing and one of the key reasons why we started using Flux. The SQL from function allows you to retrieve data from a relational database management store. You could see on the right that username and password are not written in clear text. It is because there is a way to store secrets. It's a so-called secrets package, which for the software as a service model in the cloud, it uses a vault. But the on-premises version uses Vault DB, which is a simple key value store written in Go. Basically, in the syntax on the right, the important thing is that you import the secrets package on the second line, and in the SQL from clause, you say the driver which you're using. Then the data source is in different format for the different data source, and the query which you run against this data source. And at the end, you receive something like a data frame with the data you requested, and this data frame could be later on joined with the data from time series. We are slowly going to the demo. The point is first to just make an overview of what we're going to see. We're going to talk about exporting from Influx database version 1 in the line protocol, a thing which I'm not going to demonstrate because for a person who hasn't used the first version, it is not going to be quite relevant. But for a reference, it is good to be present. We can then easily import using either the command line interface or the graphical user interface. I will show you how data could be easily imported just with drag and drop if you want to test something. I'll show you about the data exploration through the graphical user interface, the charts which you have. There are different types of charts you see on the top right, graph and a single stat, heat map, histogram, or just a single stat panel. From this interactive data exploration tool, you could select the chart, build a query, and view the Flux QL script. You could export the result to CSV, see the raw data. So you could imagine you have something like SQL Server Management Studio with a quite graphical and usable way, but for time series data and query language, the Flux. The usage of SQL from, I'll demonstrate this later, how join works, and covariance and Pearson are as statistical functions implemented. By the way, I'm changing screens fast, but I'm not sure the way it refreshes for you, whether there is any kind of a delay, but yes, we'll spend more time on this on the demo, and alerts and setting up a telegraph if we have time for this. So basically I'm switching to the demo part now. Where it is. Okay. Now, this is the graphical user interface of my virtual machine where I'm having the Influx version 2 installed. If I want to go and if you remember, we just the way to install it is go through somewhat 10 commands in Bash on a new virtual machine, and go through a very simple configuration, and it is out there and running. If we want to add data, by the way, I forgot to mention that Influx is it is a multi-tenant offering, so you could have multiple organizations on one installation, which is something new. Buckets are something similar to databases. So if I want to add data to a bucket, I just go to add data. I select the way I want to add data, and I'll go to use the line protocol. It allows me to drag and drop a file here. I'm having a file which I'm going to demonstrate how it looks like, a typical. Here it is, a typical Influx line protocol. The first thing is the, let us say, the table, the measurement, then tags, and tag key and tag value. So we have lots of devices, and some there is a device with that name. Module is another tag, and this is the module ID. We have also other tags. This is the last tag. Then when there is a space, the field values start. The difference is that on tags we can make very efficient, extremely fast search and aggregation, while the field values are the value of interest. This is the value. This is the observation. So a tag could be a temperature. I'm measuring a temperature, so later on I could make some aggregations and statistics on temperature. But what I'm measuring is the value of the temperature. So here a tag would be temperature is temperature of my kitchen, and float value could be the name of the field with the value like 23 degrees, which is the value of interest. So what we're going to do here is drag and drop a file and then say write data. Data written successfully. It's perfectly easy to update data like that. In Influx Cloud, there is a limitation that this file which we upload is no larger than 10 megabytes, which is not a lot. In our IoT time series platform, we're having about 1 gigabyte of Influx line protocol per day. So actually we won't be able to do a lot in this way, but then we can always use the command line interface if we want to. So we imported data in this, let us call it database. It's called a bucket. So let us go and see what we can do with this data. I imported data in time series data, but yesterday I imported some here in the industry for SME. You see, I clicked here, but we do not see anything just because I don't have any data from the last 1 hour, because yesterday I imported data from yesterday. But when I changed the time period to past 2 days, suddenly some new measurements appear. So I'm interested in the telemetry measurement. And from sensors, I want to go and fetch data for one of my favorite sensors, which is M185. And here is what we have as data for it. We have, let us say, spindle load. And we could make aggregation later on to decide if we have multiple values. Like for a single minute, we could have 10 values, but I don't want to receive more than one value per minute because probably it's going to be too much. So I'm selecting the aggregation method, whether I want to see the last, the median, the mean, the max, etc. So aggregation column type string. Okay, I selected something wrong somewhere. As okay, here it is, the load of one single machine. I can go and see the raw data. It is very useful for debugging purposes. I can switch to the script editor where I see the, you remember we built here the FluxQL just using the query builder. But here is how a FluxQL query looks like. It says from which bucket. You see the piping of functions. These are filters like and with Lambda functions. The aggregation window. And yield actually here is having quite different meaning from compared to what you may be accustomed to seeing in JavaScript. Yield here means this expression is returning a result, and the name of the result is actually mean in this case. We can save this to a dashboard and give it a cell name. I have done this already. So I have a couple of dashboards available. Let us say, okay, M186 is one of these. These are the These are some of the cells I designed previously. One of the most interesting is that one, the enriched telemetry. The enriched telemetry demonstrates the utilization both a relational database management system and a time series database. So if you remember from the preview from the presentation, we import the secrets package, use username and password to get to retrieve them from the store. And this is the configuration database, the one from which I'm going to read relational database data. This is the configuration database location. So I'm having a new variable. In Flux, you can define variables. So in this new variable, I'm setting the result from executing a stored procedure on that data source. You see here the username comes from the variables, password as well, and the configuration database. Then I'm having a sensor data, which is a second variable, which is my time series data, where I say from range start to stop. This is what we have selected here. This is this range. You see this. You could use variables that are available in the environment. You could perform filtering. So I am interested in measurement with name telemetry, with sensor ID, either M186 or M222. And I'm going to make an aggregation using mean. Aggregation is at every 5 minutes. As mentioned earlier, if there is, let us say, 10 values for these 5 minutes, I will receive 1 point, which is going to be the mean of this. I'm going to just change this one to 1 minute, so that you could see some difference in the chart above. So basically, this is at 1 minute, and if I could change it to 10 minutes, or one hour, it is significantly different. Okay. What else do we have here? We have the statistical functions. I do something similar here. I go and get from the telemetry data store data for spindle load, or actually load of the first spindle. As well, I also go and get data for the second spindle load. And after all that, I use Pearson correlation function to display to what extent are these two related. If the value is very close to 0, this means that they're almost not related at all. If it is close to 1 or -1, it means that they are very closely correlated. How can we illustrate this? Let us, for example, change that one to S1 load, so it is absolutely the same variable. So you see the way they are related. It is a statistical function which is available at your disposal. What can we also try with? Let me see. C1 load, which is an axis C. These are manufacturing machines, and we're collecting time series data from their controllers. And with this, we are monitoring the load, the speed, the way the machine behaves. So this is the load on C1, which is the axis C. So it seems that the speed and the load are pretty closely related, and it is almost obvious, because if the machine is working and drilling something, there is both speed on the driller and load, because it is pressing the material. We could add integral, for example, which is another function, we just go here to search for a function. We call inject. Let me see, where did we inject it? Here it is at the bottom. I'll just comment that line here, and fixing on that. And probably 10 minutes as unit. And I need to yield here because this is going to put a default name to it. And I think that one would not work immediately. Okay, it's the integral on that D2, which is the, you know, from math school probably, or from the university. The integral is the area. Actually, if you mouse over on this, it is showing help computes the area under the curve per unit of time of subsequent non-no records. So there is, as I mentioned previously, hundreds of statistical functions, aggregation functions, and a lot more, which in transformations, which you could use. It is easy to inject, easy to play, and start going for it. Probably that is most of the things which I was going to share with you. We have roughly 10 minutes until the end of the meeting, and I was thinking of switching to the Q&A Teams chat, so that you could ask and give some feedback, and of course have enough time to switch to the next session. Yes, basically, Dido, do people know how to get this link? The moderator told me that if you're having questions, you need to have registered before receiving the link with the team's questions and answers track and session. Actually, Dido, could you tell me where they can get this link? They receive it automatically by email or what? Okay, then guys, while I'm here, I'm going to switch to the questions and answers at the same time, so that I can hear you and probably even show you something on the screen if this is going to be of any use to share a content. Okay, I think I'm already in the channel. just to let you know that in case you could either write or okay, then probably that was the session for now. I'm waiting for you in the Q&A track. Once again, it is important to mention and thank to our sponsors, and thank you for joining and watching that session. Bye from me.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-added service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me. 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster grows out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, with a light and a light to go. When the light gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
JS Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SANAP. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SANAP.
Hi everyone, my name is Jemima Abu, and today I'm going to be talking to you about accessibles. So actually what happened was when I found out that I was going to be giving a talk at JSTalks and I found out it was in Bulgaria, I was like, okay, I'm going to look up like fun facts about Bulgaria. And then like in my head, I was like, oh, isn't there a famous designer that came from there? And I was thinking of Bulgari. And I go online and I go Bulgari because I'm like, okay, Bulgari from Bulgaria, that makes sense. But apparently Bulgari is an Italian brand, not Bulgarian. Now I do not know any fun facts about Bulgaria, unfortunately. So if you have any fun facts about Bulgaria for me, please leave them in the chat and I will read them and I will learn. And that'll be fun. So yeah, now we can get into the actual talk. Like I said, I'm going to be talking to you about accessible JS. To introduce myself, I am a self-taught front-end developer and school-taught systems engineer from Lagos, Nigeria. Nigeria is somewhere in West Africa. And I currently work at Telesoftis in Lithuania. Lithuania is in Europe, so it's like a bit of a distance for me. You can find me online anywhere. That's LinkedIn or Twitter or GitHub at Jemima Abu, no space. So yeah, let's get right into it. Whenever I give a talk about accessibility, I always have to explain the concept of accessibility because most times people, like you kind of know what it means, but you don't really know what it means. So I'm just going to get into it and like cover the actual concept. So what is accessibility? Or sometimes you may see like A11Y online, or maybe it's like A11Y or ally. I do not know how it's pronounced. And you may wonder, what does that mean? That is simply just an abbreviation of the word accessibility. The 11 in the AY stands for the 11 characters in between A and Y of accessibility. So now you know. So yeah, what is accessibility? Simply put, accessibility is the practice of building products that everyone can use. So now when we think about accessibility in the terms of web, we're thinking, okay, we want to build products that like people with screen readers can use, for example. But then there are so many other concepts to it. Think of it like building a building, for building a building, yeah. Like constructing a building, basically. You want to make sure that, first of all, people have entrance to your building. So you need doors. And then you need to think of like not just people who are walking, but what about people who rely on machines, for example, people who rely on wheelchairs or people who use crutches. So you need like some sort of ramp or some sort of like easily accessible stairs for people that have these different things. And then things like people being able to see in the building or people being able to access different parts of the building. You want to make sure that there are enough walkways for people to get through. You want to make sure there are enough windows for natural lights coming. You want to make sure there are outlets for the electric sockets. All these things that you put in place to make sure that people can use this thing you're creating is accessibility. So it's the same thing when it comes to the web. It's not just creating websites that people that rely on certain devices can use. It's creating websites that everyone can use regardless of whatever circumstance. So that means people who have motor disabilities, people who have, like, let's say jittery fingers, for example, or people who have auditory disabilities or visual impairments, people who sometimes things that are like what's the word? Speech activated, for example. Do you have like fallback for people who cannot speak at all? People who have cognitive disabilities, sometimes people have attention deficit disorder. And when you create a website that has like a lot of flashing images and a lot of things happening at once, you're kind of making it harder for them to like navigate through that site. So you want to put all of that into consideration when you're building your site. So accessibility is the practice of building websites that everyone can use. And when we say everyone, we mean everyone. So now we understand what accessibility is as a concept. So we need to know, why is accessibility important? Why is it important that we build, we're building things that people can use? Because you want to build things that people can use. That's really the general idea. The web is for everyone, so everyone should be able to use it. If you're building a website and nobody can use it or nobody can access it, or some people can't access it, it's like problematic. Think of it as having performance issues on your site. If you have a site that takes a really long time to load, for example, you're calling a lot of data and you're not displaying anything on the screen that's communicating to your users that a lot of data is being called. So when they go on the screen, they just see like a blank white screen for like the first 1 minute. Most people will leave the website because they are not clear what's going on. That's why a lot of times you have like loaders, or you have like text that simply says like, please wait, collecting data, or something that communicates to your users that something is happening. So that is also an accessibility practice. You want to make sure that people are able to understand the purpose of your site and like the different things that are happening each time. So when you're building a site, you want to make sure that people are able to use it, regardless of whether they have slow internet or they are standing in direct sunlight or they are navigating through your website with the accessibility features turned on. All of these things are important. And also because it is the law. In the 2016 EU Web Accessibility Directive, it states that member states have to ensure that public sector bodies are bodies like I cannot think of any public sector, but basically like bodies that are for the public, like government agencies or stuff like that. They need to make sure that their sites are accessible and follow the accessibility guidelines by the WCAG. So this was in 2016, and then also in 2019, they stated that, it's also 2019, there was also a directive for private sector bodies. So that's like e-commerce companies, or if you're just like a blog or something, it's also necessary for you to have accessible websites. And then it states that this is this law right here is specifically for England and the UK, but there's also an accessibility like legal guideline for the general EU. And basically it says that if your website is found violating this accessibility guidelines, then you're opening yourself up to like lawsuits, basically. So if you do not have accessible website, if your website is not accessible, you can be sued by your users. And there have been cases of it happening mostly in the US, because it's mostly in the US that legal things happen. But yeah, I think Domino's got sued one time for not having an accessible website. Beyonce's agency got sued for not having an accessible website. So there have been lots of cases, and it's not just like with small time cases, it's like with big companies, and you will have to settle out of court, or you'd have to like pay money or fine for offending these accessibility guidelines. So yeah, now we know what accessibility is and why accessibility is important. So let's get to the main topic of this talk, which is accessibility and JavaScript. a lot of times, if you already know of accessibility, when you think of accessibility, you're thinking in terms of HTML, you know, having semantic elements in your page, or you're thinking in terms of CSS design, making sure that your text and your background have appropriate contrast ratio, and things that make sure that your site is visible. And I just realized my mic was up. Hopefully you guys were able to hear me all this time. If you couldn't hear me, please just let me know in the comments. I can also see the chats and I will go over everything again real quick. Yeah, okay, but getting back to it. So with accessibility in Java, wait, hold up. This thing keeps touching my mouth. With accessibility in JavaScript, it's basically just about making sure that your site has JavaScript that aids accessibility and doesn't obstruct it. So this is an excerpt from, I think, Mozilla or something. And it says, a web page containing JavaScript is accessible if the functionality of the script is device independent and the information is available to assistive technologies. So these days, a lot of sites are built using using JavaScript frameworks like React or Vue or Angular. And then a lot of times you are rendering data. For example, you know how React is that you can like conditionally render data, and it's like, okay, so if this thing is active, then display this data, or if this thing is clicked, then display this data. But how are you communicating to people that use screen readers or people that rely on assistive technologies that data on that page has been updated? How are you making sure that sometimes you build custom components in React and then you just create the custom components and you're like, okay, great, so on click this thing works. Are you also keeping in mind people who do not use mouses, for example, people who tab through websites and rely on their keyboard? Does your on-click event have a corresponding on-keyboard, on-key press, or on-key down event? So these are things you need to keep in mind. So accessibility with JavaScript is basically using JavaScript to enable and improve on your already existing accessibility standards that you have in place. So that's that about that. And now we're going to get into how we can write accessible JavaScript. So this is making sure that the code you're writing in your JavaScript is accessible, or how you can, certain code examples that we can use when we're writing JavaScript to make sure that our web page is going to be accessible. So the first, when it comes to JavaScript, is content. A lot of times content is dependent on JavaScript, how we display content, how we move around content, how we hide content and show content. So things like this, you have a simple button to toggle when content is displayed or not. This could be something as simple as having a drop-down menu, or having a see more function on your page, or having just anything really that gives you the need to toggle content. So yeah, you click the button show, and then it shows you the content, and you click it again, and then it hides the content. For a screen reader, if your content is not displayed the first time you navigate to the page, there's really no way for the screen reader to know that, there's really no way for the screen reader to know that something has been displayed or updated on the page. So think of it as the page is loaded the first time. What the screen reader sees is the information that you have on that page on the first loading. That is on once your DOM has been displayed. That's what the screen reader is seeing. So now you're saying that, okay, when they click this button, it updates the content. But how are you communicating to the screen reader that that content has been updated? Luckily, because HTML was created to be accessible by default, there is an ARIA feature for that called ARIA Live. ARIA Live is basically a feature that makes sure that your screen reader can detect when your screen reader basically provides updates of updated content. But for now, we'll talk about that later. Let's focus on how we hide content using JavaScript. So a lot of times we hide content and we're just like, okay, set a class name hidden, for example. Most times when you set a class name hidden, what we're doing is that we're setting display none, or we're setting opacity to 0, or we're setting visibility to hidden. But are you really communicating to the screen reader that that content has been hidden? If you hide a content using just CSS, it's possible that a screen reader can still access it. And if it's not content that you want to display to people, then it's important that you are properly maintaining the ARIA rules of that content. One way to do that is to set your ARIA hidden attributes to true or false, depending on whether you want the content to be seen or not. So ARIA hidden attribute is also a HTML attribute that you can include in your content. But then when you're updating content with JavaScript, you want to make sure that you're also updating the ARIA attributes as you're going along. So if you display new content, you want to set if your content is shown, then you want to set your ARIA hidden to false because it's no longer hidden. If your content is visible, then you want to set your ARIA hidden to true because now it's unhidden, if that makes sense. And then, yeah, also for timed content, sometimes you want to have timed content in a page. This is just saying like this content will disappear in this amount of time, or this content will no longer be visible after so and so. This is useful when you are creating things like, say you have a modal on the page that can only be shown for like the first 30 seconds, you know, and you don't want it to be showing longer than that. So what you want to do is that you want to make sure that your website communicates to readers that this content will be updated or this content will stop being displayed after a certain amount of time. So let's say we have, how we do that using the ARIA Live attribute I mentioned previously. The ARIA Live attribute, it's simply an accessibility attribute that allows your screen reader to read out new updates of content. So you can have your ARIA Live set to off. So if set off, that means your screen reader is not going to read it at all. If it's set to polite, that means your screen reader is going to wait until it has finished reading out the previous sentence, and then it will read out this one. If it's set to assertive, that means your screen reader will just always read out the new content that has been updated, regardless of what other content it's reading. If we have time, I will go through a demo using the Chrome Vox screen reader, and we will see how this actually works in a live environment. So yeah. And then when you have time-based content, so this is basically just like the code written for the time-based content. But what you're seeing here is that I am setting the attributes of my ARIA heading to true. That means my time content is visible. And I'm also setting the ARIA heading of my ARIA Live, the ARIA Live attribute to be off. So this means that once the time content is done reading out, I no longer want screen readers to be looking out for constant updates of that content. So the best way to do that is just turn off the ARIA Live property, and then it will be off. And then that's great. So yeah, that's that. And then there's also using JavaScript for accessibility with regards to navigation. How that happens, so your website has a natural tab order. Websites tab through pages in the order in which things on the page appear. So if you put an element here and put an element below it and an element below that, the website is going to tab through it in sequential order. It's going to go from one element to the other. Sometimes we end up like breaking this tab order for when you want to make sure that things have a higher focus than others. We'll see more of that later. But for now, let's get to when we want to focus on custom elements. A lot of times when you create custom elements, especially elements like div or span, they are not focusable by default because div and span elements are not built to be focusable. They're just built to be like generic containers. So you want to make sure that every time you create a new custom element, you are including some kind of focus property on that element. One way to do that is to set a tab index of 0. So if you set a tab index of 0, this is going to make sure that your element falls within the natural tab order of the page wherever it applies. So here I have my div row button and I've set the tab index to 0, and now this element will always fall in the natural order of the page. Another way to do that is that we can also have higher tab indexes to make sure that the element is the first thing on your page that actually receives focus. A way to do that is to just set a higher tab index number. So here I've set a tab index of 1. And this is my link, skip to main content. Sometimes you go to websites and you start tabbing through and you notice that they have like a skip to main content button that appears or a skip to navigation button that appears. These are basically just buttons that allow users to skip through the whole page and then avoid having to like tab through a lot of links, for example. So that's another way to do it. You would set the tab index of that property to 1 because you want it to have a higher order than everything else on the page. Another thing we can do using tab index is to set a tab index to negative. So let's say you've already had your tab index property and or your custom elements, but now you no longer want it to be in the natural tab order of the page. Sometimes if you have a drop-down menu, for example, you notice that if you're tabbing through the page, there's a point where it's possible to tab through that drop-down menu that you've created, even though you didn't want people to be able to tab through that. A way to avoid that is to set the tab index to -1. Setting a tab index of -1 makes sure that the element is removed from the natural tabbing order of the page. So here we have an example of how we would use a skip to main content function. You can see that we have 10 links on the page, but then when they first tab into the page, there is a button that appears, and that button is just a skip to main content. It's really easy to create a skip to main content button. Honestly, all you have to do is like let's say you have a button and then you can just you can set it to display none with CSS and then on focus, set it to display block. It's really easy. So here we have our skip button, and then we have our getting element by ID and our main section. Basically, once you click that skip button, you just want it to focus. We're using the .focus property in JavaScript to make sure that it focuses on the main section. That's pretty much it. It's really easy, actually. And then we have autofocus. Sometimes you create a page and you want to make sure that people are able to focus on one thing in that page once it's created. So for example, let's say we have a modal feature in the page, a modal that pops up once they load the page. It would be really annoying if you have your modal feature created and then people would still have to tab through the entire page before they can get to that modal feature. So one way to avoid that is to set an autofocus property on that modal feature. For example, on load modal.focus. You can also use it for if you have a search bar and you want people to be able to focus on that search bar immediately they get on the page. So you just do search bar.focus and it's great. We also have updating focus. Sometimes the focus on the page needs to change depending on how the page content has been updated. For example, going back to the modal thing, let's say they click a button and then the modal is displayed. You want to make sure that that modal that is being displayed is what is getting the next focus. Because once again, it'd be really annoying if they had to tab through the rest of the page before they got to that modal. So we have our const main page, we have our modal. Basically, once the button is clicked, you want to set the ARIA hidden property of the modal to false, meaning that you want to make sure it's no longer hidden. I want to set the ARIA hidden property of the main page to true. What this does is that it prevents screen readers from reading out the rest of the content on the main page and focusing only on the modal that has been displayed, which is really good. And then finally, we have interaction. Interaction is basically using JavaScript to help your users use your website easier. So that's like how they interact with the website, regardless of whether they're using a mouse or a screen reader or voice commands or whatever. So the easiest way to handle user interaction is to make sure that you're always including handler events for everything. If you have a mouse, if you're creating an on-click event for an element or for a component, and that component is not semantic, that means it's not something that already has its own native rules. For example, a button always applies the same key press properties to on-click properties. So by default, if you create an on-click event for a button, it will also apply to on-key press. But when you create a custom element, it doesn't have that whole, it doesn't have the same default settings that a button would be. So one thing you have to include is that you always want to include a handle key press event for your handle click event, and just make sure that it's doing the same function as the handle click event. So that's really it for how we're going to write accessible code. It looks like we still have a lot of time left, so I will go into a demo later. But first, I want to talk about testing for accessibility. So a lot of times you're building a web page and you're not quite sure how to know if it's accessible or not. Like you're like, okay, so I know what accessibility is and I know it's important. I know how to write accessible code, but how do I actually see if the site that I built is accessible? One way you can do that is to carry out a lot of manual tests. So just like tab through your page, or scroll through the page by yourself, or turn off opacity or on the page and see if you can still navigate through it using a screen reader. Is there any hidden content that's getting focused that you did not mean to get focused? Is there anything that's mouse operable that does not get keyboard focused? That means is there anything that can be clicked on by a mouse, but that you cannot tab through using an actual, keyboard? Or are there any custom controls or widgets that cannot be operated with keyboard only use? So these are things you want to keep in mind. There are also a bunch of accessibility tools that I use. There's the web accessibility evaluation tool, that's Wave. It's a website that you can just go to. I think it's like wave.org or something. You go there and you enter the URL of your site, and it will generate like an accessibility report for you, basically telling you what you're doing right, if you're semantic sign order, if you're using like the proper order for like your headings and stuff. I do not know how to pronounce that hierarchy word. And then there's also Lighthouse. Lighthouse is a tool in DevTools that helps you generate audit reports based on your accessibility features. It also works for performance and SEO and progressive web apps, so it's really cool. There's Chromevox. Chromevox is a screen reader on Chrome that is used to, it's a screen reader basically, so you can just use it to test your site and see if it works how you don't think screen readers work. There's ally.js. This is the JavaScript framework that helps you identify accessibility fallbacks and pitfalls in your JavaScript code. So really great. There are also some resources you want to check out. So like I said, I'll be carrying out a demo. This is the demo site here. I also have the source code up on github.com/jemimaabu/accessible-js. And I have the slides for this talk on my website as well. I'll be sharing the links to everything on the channel. So if you have the link to the slides, you can also get it. But if you just want to note down the link to the slide now, it's jemimaabu.com/slides/accessible.js. If you cannot remember the title of the talk, you can just go to jemimaabu.com/slides and you'll see a link of all my talks there, and you can click the one that you want. I have a list of further resources that I've included for knowing more about accessibility. So they are really useful links, and links that I found useful when I was doing more research into accessibility with JavaScript. If you have access to the slides, you can just click on them here and you find out what you need to know. So like I said, that's about it for the slides portion. We're going to go into the demo portion shortly. I need to figure out how to switch my screens. If you do have any questions or any comments or any feedback, or you just want to know more about accessibility or how to make sure that your site is accessible, you can reach out to me on my website, jemimaabu.com. I have a contact form at the bottom of the page, so you can just go there. Or you can send me a message on Twitter at jemimaabu or on LinkedIn also at jemimaabu. I'm going to switch my screen now and we can go into the accessibility demo. It's just going to be a quick run through of, I think I still have time. I think I should still have time. If I don't have time, I'm sure somebody will tell me. So yeah, we're just going to go through a quick run through of the demo and then see how accessibility works in practice. So I'm going to run, how do I do this? All right, let me see if I can still share this page. Okay, yeah, so the page can be seen. And then, so this is basically the demo here. Just want to make sure that this is still on the screen. It is, great. I need to somehow share audio. So I'm going to stop sharing and I'll share my screen again so I can share audio this time because I don't think I clicked that originally. Hi. Okay, so Chrome tab, accessible.js, and I will share audio. Okay, great. So now we can see it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn on my extensions for the screen reader. How do I do that? Yep, turning this on. Okay, so I just want to make sure I actually have, okay, hold on. Yeah, I was gonna say I have no way of knowing if you guys can actually hear the screen. So could somebody just confirm in the chat if you could hear the screen reader extension, and I'll know to go on with that. Yep. Or maybe the moderator could just let me know if you can hear the screen reader extension, and then we can carry on. All right, I will take that as a yes. So let's just get right into it. So what we have here is our tool. So I'm going to run one of those tools I was talking about now, and that would be the oh, hold on. I just need to share the entire screen. Application window, this one. Yes. And I can see all of that. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to run one of the tools I was talking about, which is the Chrome DevTools. So how you do that is you just need to go to your Chrome DevTools and then you can click this button here and you'll see Lighthouse. So once you just click Lighthouse, you have all these reports you can generate on like performance and PWA and best practice and accessibility and SEO. So I'm only going to be running for accessibility right now. And you can generate a report and it will run through the entire page. And then, so you can see that you have like 100% accessibility. It tells you what you passed or the items you can additionally check. So you can check that it has a logical tab order, or if interactive controls are keyboard focusable, if they state their purpose, if user focus is not accidentally trapped in the region. It tells you the audits that you did pass, which is that the area matches their roles, area hitting true is not present on the body, roles are valid, sufficient contrast ratio, document has a title element, and it tells you which were not applicable. So these are the keys that you didn't use at all, like area toggle fields or area IDs or image elements. So that's one way. Another thing we have is I also have the Wave evaluation tool installed as an extension. So I can just run that here and hopefully we can see. So the Wave evaluation tool, it basically just gives you a report on your entire page, what you did right and what's missing. So I have an alert here. I can click that to see what the problem was. The problem is that I don't have any heading structure. So there is no H1 or H2 on the page. For the features, I do have a language feature included. That is the EN. That's like your HTML lang EN that you include. I have my structural elements and I have 8 area attributes. So that's great. And then it tells you the structure, which is basically just main at this point, and if contrast is working. So those are two of the tools. And then there's also the Chromebox tool, which unfortunately I will not be using because I cannot tell if anyone can hear it or not. So, okay, so it turns out you could not hear it. And now we know. So yeah, I will stop sharing my screen now because we're done. And that is about it. If you do have any questions or any comments you want to make, if you, let's say you want to know more about how to make your existing websites accessible, or you want to know more about how to like implement accessibility at the building stage of your website, you could just ask in the chat. I do not know how many minutes I have left, but I'm sure if I'm out of time, somebody will let me know. And yeah, I'm ready to take any questions. So let's have it. And if there are no questions, that's totally fine. I'll just sign off early, and maybe we can link in the, I think there's a chat, there's a Q&A channel somewhere. So I'll find that and probably ask me questions there. And that's about it. All right, then. If there are questions, I guess we'll have had them by now. So thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the talk. I hope you learned something. And that's about it for me. Bye.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up. Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-added service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I guess she was headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. And your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Alexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up. Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific
Q&A с Андрей, където да разберете малко повече от него. Всъщност, много от вас може би са го виждали, но не знаят някои детайли. Аз имам щастие, се познаваме от много време всъщност, може би 19 години, но интересно ще бъде за хората от комюнитито всъщност да знаят как започна твоята кариера, свързана с информационните технологии.
Здравейте на всички. Много ми е приятно с Мишо тук, наистина се познаваме от много години и в годините сме имали възможност да работим заедно. Интересът на информационните технологии не дойде от мене, то ме настигна. В наши дни, ако не се интересуваш от информационни технологии, малко да не говориш на английски, ако трябва да работиш някакво в чужбина. Всичко започва да е диджитал. Така че в наши дни това ни настигна и в най-обикновени неща, които правим в живота. И имахме рядката възможност, благодарение на Мишо, да създаваме в България някакви неща с добавена стойност. Така че JSTalks, което е център на събитието, и беше повод, например, миналата година, да обявим раждането на нещо ново в България, иновативния развоен център на ProZiben, за което сме много благодарни. И така с голямо търпение в момента се опитваме да видим какво още може да правим в тази посока.
И аз наистина благодаря за този съпорт. Всъщност, понеже хората те виждат от различна гледна точка, като човек от бизнеса, предприемач, като човек, който има и компетенция в информационните технологии, ти имаш докторска степен по Computer Science, и като спикър, който контрибютва особено в AI частта, всъщност може би е много интересно да кажеш какви са били най-големите предизвикателства в твоята кариера.
Аз като човек, който се занимава с какво ли не, едно от най-големите предизвикателства беше да завърши в МИ като докторска степен, което отне някакво време. И там, често казвам, ми е сърцето. Аз съм завършил Американски университет, където имахме възможност да изградим едно приятелство, да творим, както Мишо каза, ние сме в Campus X. Една от причините да сме тук е да помагаме на екосистемата от компании да се развива, като част от тази екосистема и JSTalks. Това, което беше като предизвикателство е да намериш себе си в този динамичен бизнес. Тоест, не просто да намериш себе си, не просто да намериш начин да правиш пари. Ние не се оплакваме като пари, бих казал, като група компании, а да намериш хора, които са like-minded, с които можеш да твориш нещо, което да предизвиква други хора, което е идеята на JSTalks. Хора да умеят млади хора, които да развиват дигитални умения. Тук аз бих казал, че едно от нещата, които беше предизвикателство, е да разбереш къде е границата, да инвестираш в екосистемата. Не само в JSTalks, не само в хора, които са синьори, не само в хора, които са джуниори, които искат да се учат от синьори, но и деца. Аз тук даже бих ти казал, че едно от нещата, с които наистина се гордея на Сайк, което няма никакъв бизнес смисъл, е примерно Детската академия Телерик. Тук бих споменал инициативи като заедно в час. Ето това, което правим, което сме научили, това, което се стреми да прави JSTalks, например, да го покажем някакви деца в 30 града в България. Така че по-скоро ние сме се събрали да сътворим някакъв пример, който други хора да следват.
Да, това е наистина една чудесна инициатива и наистина е много хубаво хората да знаят малко повече за това. Какви предизвикателства би искал да имаш? Защото ти си минал през много неща, видял си най-различни челенджи, както се казва, но какво още би искал да видиш?
Аз честно казвам, моят предизвикателство не искам да имам, аз като налични. Ако говорим за IT средата в България, много ми се иска да може да намеря с който да говорим на нещо конкретно като предизвикателство. Как хора да не се занимаваме с аутсорсинг? Идеята е, ако ни тикат в ръцете, да сме product owners, да създаваме неща, да покажем на света, че ние сме в състояние да ги създаваме. Елементарно с добър пример. Тоест, такива форуми като JSTalks се превърнат в showcase example на нещо, което ние сме сътворили. И това ни е мисията в момента. Както ти правилно каза, аз съм някаква странна комбинация между IT, финансист, инвеститор в стартъпи. Мен идеята ми е да се съберем достатъчно брой хора, да покажем други хора, че може. Може да караме пари, може да пътуваме по света, може да създаваме реални продукти. Така че наистина с удоволствие участваме в тази инициатива и с удоволствие гледаме какво ще се получи с онлайн инициативата на JSTalks.
Ами, надяваме се, че ще се получи нещо интересно. За първи път се опитваме да направим по-интерактивно събитие и съответно и компании, които ни подкрепят, са много важни за това, както и Бика. Съответно.
Да, ние Бика, нашата инициатива с ProSieben, партньорите от DreamX. Това, между другото, понеже пита за предизвикателство, едно от предизвикателствата, които се научи в последните 2 години да отговаряме, е как да работим заедно. Тоест, хората в България разбраха, че ако искаме да правим нещо яко, ние не можем да се конкурираме да се ритаме кокълчета в България. Ние трябва да се хванем и да се опитаме да намерим тая формула, която да сме интересни в България. Така че това, което ти пише, е достатъчно грандиозно, нали, за да ни позиционира някакво глобален.
Ние го правим заедно, реално с помощта на комюнитито, с помощта на партньорите, които също са част от комюнитито. Това е идеята, всъщност, че ние имаме общи интереси, общи цели и аз много се радвам, че можем, както се казва, заедно да направим нещо по-хубаво. А мен ми се иска също така нашите участници да разберат малко повече всъщност как се случи така, че ти почна да контрибютваш в комюнити. Кога беше първият път?
Не мога да кажа, че ми е ударил много от небето и че съм се го прогледнал. Значи, твой пример на много други приятели, примера на тренери, примера на много продуктови компании, които създават нещо. Аз мога да ги изреждам безкрайно. Идеята е, в момента, който на мен ми е трябвало, когато се събрат 10-15 CEO-та на компании, и ние дружно показваме как може да работим заедно. Това беше преди, може би, 3-4 години и от сериозните wake-up points, които ни карат да се замислим, че всъщност ние може да правим, дори за пари говорим. Ако ние по-отделно може да правим някакви пари, ние заедно може да правим много пари, защото в някакъв момент ние се конкурираме не с Полша, не с Беларус, не с Украина, ние се конкурираме с целия свят. И едно от нещата, които не ми направи впечатление, в някакъв момент преди точно 3-4 години, аз много интензивно пътувах до Bay, до Силикон Вали, до Сан Франциско, до Пало Алто. Ти започваш да завиждаш на тези хора, положително. Когато ти, примерно, инвестираш някакъв стартъп, ти отиваш с твоя стартъп и някакви хора започват да се занимават с теб. Някакви хора, които са резани по 100-200 милиона. И ти виждаш как може това нещо да се случи. И котването в България е благодарение на такива събирателни ивенти, които хора, има много българи в чужбина, има много българи, които ти по-скоро може да скажеш с тях, които идват от чужбина, които физически пътуват от Сан Франциско. Преди предишната година беше много впечатляващо, които пътуват от Хелена да участват физически на този ивент. Ние имаме много хора, с които има какво да се гордеем. Това, което ме мотивира преди 3-4 години най-силно, аз винаги съм имал някакъв такъв драйв, нали, кърмически, трябва да даваш нещо обратно. Виж как това се получава, нали, как това нещо се цени. Преди 2 години, когато започваме да правим research и development, реални центрове, което означава, че product ownership е тук. Това означава, че ти си рейзваш кинти, предлагаш някакви неща. Ти правиш хакатони, на които измисляш нови фичери, нови продукти. Не просто, нали, ти спускаш спецификации и, нали, коди от тук до другото дърво. Ти виждаш как това нещо работи в България и как има хора, които ги пали и искат да правят. Така че, нали, общата мотивацията е много прозрачна. Видях, че пачка.
Това наистина е нещо, което е добър пример. Какво мислиш за JSTalks всъщност като конференция? Защото ти не за първи път си част от тази конференция.
Да. JSTalks, как да кажа, звучи нахално, но аз, когато трябва да пътувам по света, си го броя за мое оръжие. Въпреки че ти си, нали, зад този JSTalks.
В края на краищата.
Общо, реално погледнато, е priceless, абсолютно безценно изражението на лицата на хората, които видят community event, на който миналата година дойдоха над 1600 души.
Около 1600.
Преди 2000 колко записани, Това е абсолютно невероятно. Значи човек, като се потопи в този вайб, дойдоха някакви американци, дойдоха някакви германци наши. Германците казаха, че това нещо няма в Мюнхен, това не са го виждали в Берлин, това не са го виждали в Варшава, това не са го виждали в Минск, това не са го виждали в Киев. И реално погледнато хора, които не просто идват, а реално хора, които задават въпроси, които ги четат, добавят ги на LinkedIn, започват да се занимават с тях. И това беше така пристъп на гордост. Тази гордост, като нашите станаха четвърти на футболното първенство и запиеш гол, и се чувстваш някакъв, нали, не съм там някакъв петно на картата. Ти се кефиш как някакви хора имат това да аха момент. Окей, wish we knew it before. Така че JSTalks по-скоро беше пример и аз много харесваме да използваме JSTalks като пример за екземпляр ивент. Даже познавам да кажа, той има и още такива. Така че JSTalks обаче ние си знаем, че малко по-уникален ивент, много насочен, който има възможност хора да минат както технически идеи, така и някакви бизнес use cases и как да стават.
Ако трябва нещо да посъветваш хората, които ще участват тази година на JSTalks, който основно ще бъде виртуален, ние се опитваме също да се трансформираме и да предлагаме съответно стриминг, интересни Q&A сесии, да направим едно приятно събитие и може би следващите години ще имаме комбинацията от двете. Много участници на място, но отново онлайн присъствието ще продължи да съществува, т.е. ние също се променяме. Какво би искал да пожелаеш на всички тези хора, които мислят да се включат тази събота и още в петък даже?
Освен да пожелая всички да са здрави, което става много актуално напоследък, това, което мога да препоръчам, което за нас проработи много яко преди всички на JSTalks, е контент. Особено ако е виртуален. Това е невероятен контент, който е реюзен. Вече аз бих посъветвал контента си на английски, тези, които искат да reach out с този ивент, по-скоро да шоукейснем, да го използвам като нещо, което да се използва за фирмени презентации. Бих посъветвал всички, които се занимават с HR. Това е най-добрият начин за employer branding в някакъв комьюнити. Това е нещо, което бих посъветвал хората внимателно да си направят връзки, което ти правиш доста време, с други комьюнити лидери. Това беше за нас абсолютно безценно. Тоест, това, че се събират много комьюнити лидери на едно място и започваме да творим нещо, което най-малкото бъдете внимателни кой участва вътре и бъдете активни, защото има кой да ви забележи вътре.
Благодаря ти много за тези пожелания. Много се радвам, че задели време за този Q&A и се надяваме да те видим, ако имаш възможност отново покрай събитието и съответно в следващите събития, които организирам. Много благодаря.
Проверявам дали сме. Да, супер, вече сме онлайн. Здравейте! Продължаваме от серията с Q&A сесии, в които да ви запознаваме с нашите лектори и партньори, като в момента ще проведем такава сесия с Михаил Сергеев, който е директор в инженеринг на Chaos Group. Михаил има повече от 17 години опит в разработването на софтуерни продукти, като по последните години фокус е върху ръководене на екипи. По информацията, която имам последните 7 години си част от Chaos Group, като първоначално си стартирал като член на Node.js екипа, повече от 4 години си ръководил бизнес сервис екипа, отскоро, последната 1 година си част и ръководител от създаването на проект на компанията за онлайн платформа за 3D съдържание, доколкото разбрах. Здравей първо!
Здрасти, приятно ми е. Много.
И на мен ми е приятно. Да разкажеш няколко думи, макар и Chaos Group да е достатъчно популярна като име на българския пазар, но да разкажеш все пак за вашата компания и черти, които я характеризират най-добре?
С удоволствие. Значи, ако човек трябва да знае едно нещо за хаос, то е, че е изцяло българска продуктова компания, която се занимава с компютърна графика и основно в областта на 3D визуализацията, където в много сфери сме световен лидер. Както виждате, зад мен има плакати от филми, които са правени с участието на нашия софтуер V-Ray. Използва се много в архитектура, продуктов дизайн, реклами, всички водещи компании в на практика всички сфери от всичко, което може да видим около себе си, от една или друга форма използват V-Ray. Друг интересен факт е, може би си спомняте, преди няколко години по медиите имаше истории по въпроса. Нашите основатели Петър Митев и Владо Койлазов бяха наградени от Американската асоциация, която присъжда Оскарите, с награда за цялостен технически принос за софтуера, който разработваме. Но друго важно нещо е, че хаос не е само V-Ray и през последните години инвестираме много в разработката и на много други продукти и услуги в една екосистема, която предлагаме на нашите потребители и ще разкажа повече и за тях.
Добре, а какво е общото между JavaScript технологиите, предвид, че сме JavaScript конференция, и това, което използвате вие като технологии?
Ами, на практика всичко, което е под някаква форма web, cloud услуга в хаос, използва изключително много JavaScript технологии. Ти каза, нали, моята лична причина да се присъединя към хаос преди повече от 7 години беше, че ми даде възможност да работя с Node.js по времето, когато това беше изключителна рядкост и то да прави нещо много интересно, което по-късно се превърна в нашия Chaos Cloud продукт, система за дистрибутирано рендене на фотореалистични картинки, която е много интересна като архитектура. По-късно развихме още много технологии, като например нашата система за онлайн лицензиране, която обслужва всичките ни потребители от целия свят, с много голямо натоварване върху нея, хиляди заявки в секунда и тя скалира много добре. Също тя започна живота си като JavaScript изцяло. Впоследствие за части от системите се ориентирахме към Golang, но там, където има смисъл, фронтенда за щастие продължава да бъде изцяло на JavaScript на всичките ни услуги. Дори в интерес на истината го използваме и за десктоп приложения, за което също мога да ви разкажа по-подробно.
По-скоро за някакви предизвикателства, които сте срещали и искате да споделите по-конкретни някакви казуси.
Ами, интересен. Всъщност, нека започна с това, че тази година, нали, има едно доминиращо предизвикателство пред всички нас и това е COVID. Така че в някакъв смисъл ни повлия и на нас. Ние сме хора, които сме свикнали да обсъждаме много, да коментираме, да рисуваме по стените идеите си и беше предизвикателство да се адаптираме към новия начин на работа. Смятам, че се справяме. Но като оставим това на страна, един характерен проблем, който често срещаме, е връзката между двата свята. V-Ray е софтуер, който е ориентиран към десктоп потребители и ние се опитваме да изградим около него екосистема от други услуги, които са web и cloud базирани. И точно в тази пресечна точка се случват интересни неща. Използваме електрон, много част от юзер интерфейса на самия V-Ray в определени интеграции, в SketchUp, Rhino, Revit. Той е изграден върху електрон. Правим и други десктоп приложения на JavaScript. Например, наскоро пуснахме нова версия на своя бенчмарк инструмент, който пък интересното за него е, че фронтенда му е направен на Elm, но това е отново нещо, което работи върху JavaScript платформата. проекта, в който се занимавам в момента с него, Космос, той също предоставя десктоп приложение, което също е изградено на JavaScript и дори използва абсолютно същия код като уебсайта, който върви към него.
Можеш ли да разкажеш малко повече конкретно за проекта, по който работите в момента?
Ами, това е една платформа, която целта е да предостави достъп на нашите потребители до качествено 3D съдържание. Преизползваемо 3D съдържание, което те директно да използват в проектите си, вместо да го създават от нулата. Интересното там е, че използваме доста актуални технологии и моят колега Христо ще разкаже в рамките на конференцията за една от тях. Но интересно друго нещо е, че сме буквално на дни от релиз. Така че стискайте ни палци.
Стискаме. Все пак разкажи накратко какви са технологиите, които използвате, какъв е тек стака в този проект?
Ами фронтенда е на React, като части от него използват React Admin. Цялото нещо, бекенда се хоства в GCP, в Kubernetes клъстъри. Десктоп компонентите са базирани на Golang, който от своя страна пък има Web Frontend, който споделя голяма част от компонентите с бекенда.
Добре, преминавам към следващия въпрос. Защо подкрепяте комюнитито и JSTalks?
За нас винаги е било изключително важно и ако не ме лъжа паметта, сме участвали във всичките издания до момента под една или друга форма и смятаме да продължаваме да го правим. Също така ние развиваме и собствени инициативи под шапката на Total Chaos, което е нашето голямо годишно събитие, но и серия от митъпи. Просто смятаме, че комюнитито, изобщо девелопер комюнитито, но и специално JavaScript комюнитито в България е много силно и го е доказало нееднократно през годините. И ние искаме да разкажем своята история и да научим много от хората там. И да се запознаем и да се опознаем и да си помагаме във всичко, което правим. Историята, която смятам, че си струва да се разказва, е, че за мен поне хаос е един инкубатор за таланти. Факт е, че много хора, които са преминали през хаос, след това продължават развитието си на много високи позиции, отговорни или основават успешни компании, ръководят важни проекти. Пример е за хората, които може би вчера са пропуснали, моят приятел и бивш колега Боби Симандов, който разказа също доста за спомените си от хаос. Смятам, че това е история, която е много интересна и ние трябва да я споделяме с комюнитито.
Абсолютно. Какво, най-общо казано, вие като партньор ще имате в нашия сайт виртуален щанд, който ще могат посетителите на конференцията онлайн да могат да влезнат и да разгледат. Какво да очакват участниците на JSTalks от вашата компания на събитието, най-общо казано?
Ами, освен на нашия виртуален щанд, където хората могат да се запознаят по-подробно с компанията, сме подготвили и презентация, за която споменах по-рано, която ще навлезе в подробности за това как ние използваме gRPC в web контекст и защо е хубава и полезна технология, която смятаме, че има огромно бъдеще, как ние сме решили проблеми с нея. Освен това сме подготвили една игра, която надявам се, че ще бъде забавна за участниците, която е една класическа multi-agent арена, където човек може да напише своя бот и да го изправи срещу останалите.
Супер!
Тази игра ще продължи дори и след конференцията, като до 24-ти ще приемаме подадени решения, а на 25-ти ще определим победители, като смятаме победител да бъде не само този, който е изкарал най-много точки, а да присъдим и една специална награда на програмистите за тези, които са предоставили най-интересно, оригинално, елегантно решение, дори то да не е постигнало най-високия резултат.
И като за финал, какво искате да пожелаете на всички, които ще се включат в изданието на JSTalks през тази година, макар и повечето да са онлайн и по-малко на място?
Ами най-важното е здравето. Всичко друго идва на второ място, така че пожелавам на всички да са здрави, да се пазят и да преминат успешно през тази криза. Но въпреки това да не забравят защо са били привлечени първоначално изобщо към цялата екосистема на JavaScript, какво ги е пленило там, какво искат да научат, с какви хора искат да се срещнат и да не спират да се развиват и да си пожелаем до година да се видим на живо.
Дано, живот и здраве, надявам се. Това е от мен. Благодаря ти за отделеното време и приятния разговор и вече ще се видят с участниците с твоите колеги на събитието в петък и в събота.
Точно така, остават броени дни. Удоволствието беше мое и приятен ден на всички.
Чао, чао.
Чао.
Би трябвало вече да сме лайв.
Дано, от теб зависи.
Нали? Първо, здравейте. Продължаваме с представянето на лекторите на JSTalks, който ще се проведе този петък и събота. До мен е Иван Йонков, който е изпълнителен директор на Codexio и съответно сме в неговия офис. Представи накратко себе си, това как започна да се занимаваш с разработка на софтуер? Откъде тръгна всичко?
Чух, че има много пари. Шегувам се. Започнах да играя доста онлайн игри в така ранна тинейджерска възраст. И оттам ми става супер интересно как се направи тия неща, как работят отдолу. Особено как успяват да... То вече не е точно така, но как успяват да влязат в 100 мегабайта или 10 мегабайта или 5 кабайта, вече не е така, защото последните игри не могат да ми тръгнат на скромното лаптопче. Но това ми беше интересно. Става ми интересно как са направени тия да работят в браузъра, защото това как стават нещата в браузърите. И оттам ме поканиха на работа, още бях ученик, бях такъв, кой искат от мен, бях хора, не мога просто да стоя да си играя игрите, защото трябва да работя. И не, шегувам се, беше ми чакаме този момент, да се вика, така се случиха нещата. Примерно, че започнах като QA инженер, всъщност моята първа работа не е програмист, но това беше така целта, т.е. нещо като трамплин към това да стана програмист. После това да съм програмист беше към трамплин това да помогна на останалите хора да стават програмисти и кариерата ми оттам нататък е била доста целта.
Това според мен е хубаво, че си минал през мъките на QA инженерите, за да
знам кое е.
Абсолютно. Как някакви решения, върху които си работил? Знам, че има немалко предизвикателства. Ти си участвал и преди с лекции, които си представят такива предизвикателства, с които си се справил. Разкажи за някои от тях.
Най-големите предизвикателства са хората, с които работиш. Особено тия, които имат желанието да им направиш съответното решение или услуга и така нататък. Извън кръга на шегата, с доста неща съм се занимавал. Аз гледам с безинтересни неща, да не се занимавам, поне така за себе си смятам, че е така. Така че всяко нещо, което съм се запращал, съм виждал някакъв чалендж в него и заради това съм се запращал с него. Преди няколко години започнах да се занимавам с блокчейн, това имаше доста големи чаленджи в проект, с който се занимавахме. В момента за няколко клиентите, които консултираме, имаме доста интересни чаленджи от това как се управлява дистрибутирана инфраструктура по цял свят. Просто не мога да давам имена. В момента първата ми работа в Access Software с онлайн игри, където не знам, може би ще имаме този зрител Стилгар, сигурно ще е тук или е тук вече. Той едно време още казваше, това са просто вебсайтове, които ги наричат игри, тези браузър базираните игри, което е така, но пък тези вебсайтове имат възможността да хендълват милиони потребители, защото все пак са игри доста хора играят. Това беше едно от първите неща, които се сблъсках като чаленджър в началото на кариерата. Това, което правя, не е просто вебсайт, както много ми се искаше да бъде. Просто селектира там от някакъв MySQL, изкара игри и нека всичко да е точно. Колко в заблуда съм живял с първите тастове, които получих на работа, видях, че ще се занимавам с страшни предизвикателства.
А какви са следващите предизвикателства пред теб?
Какви са следващите предизвикателства пред мен е много така баба Ванга въпрос, честно казано.
Като интервютите, какъв се представяте след 5 години?
Търся ги, какви са все още пивотвам в тази посока, какво ще е следващото предизвикателство и следващите предизвикателства. Не мога да отговоря на този въпрос. Когато стана факт, когато ги осъзная, че са предизвикателства, може би ще ме видите на някаква конференция да разказвам за тях. Но в момента не мога. Обикновено така в перспектива е много трудно да кажеш, това ще бъде следващото предизвикателство. Само в ретроспектив може да вече олегнало, да го видиш това нещо, че е било нещо, което те изкреативно и да кажеш, че това беше, нека сега да ви разкажа, за да може вие да получите от този опит. Но не мога в перспектива да кажа какво ще е това.
Добре. Как започна да се занимаваш с комюнити? Говорим за самите конференции и презентации. Не малко пъти сме се срещали по различни бир събития, било там бир JS.
Това си отговори. Как започнах? Знам, че има бира, знам, че има хора, които пият бира. Това е достатъчно, търся си общност.
Както каза и Найден в неговата сесия, има и безплатна бира, т.е. всичко.
Да, понякога дори има и безплатна бира, което си е още по-голям плюс. Не, че търсим само това нещо, ама видиш и като е безплатна бирата, знаеш, че има още повече да ще хора, защото половина от тази страна, дори някъде не тук дали е безплатна или не е безплатна, има много хора, които пък това им е deal breaker и искат аз защо да изпия 50 бира. Ако ще трябва да ги плащам, нали? Не сте че после мога да повърна, не знам дали къде ще в ефир да се казвам. За какво да плащаш нещо, което ще го изкараш после, като не е била форма. Като има такива хора, ти си такъв, супер, значи ще има още повече хора, ще има безплатна бирата, ще има с кое да се пиеш бирата. Не, ако изключим бирата като факт, което е много трудно да го направим. И трябва да влезем в сериозен аспект, което е още по-трудно за мен да го правя, докато лигнята ми е така прави език. Това, което ме кара да съм по такива места, са обикновено хората и то под много аспекти. Един аспект е, че има хора, с които ще мога, освен да кажа аз нещо и да чуя нещо от тях. И другото е, че има хора, които са там, за да бъдат запалени с нещо. Защото те не се лъжат. Конференциите не са учебни заведения, не можеш да научиш някога нещо по такива събития. Там обикновено може да запалиш иската в някой, да чуе, че има примерно оптимизация, да чуе, че има друга технология, да чуе, че има четвърти или пети език или нещо цялото, да си каже, тук трябва да дълбая. Това, което ми се иска да правя, е да запалвам хората в нещата, които смятам, че са смислени. Там нататък те са на код.
Кажи, какво полезно виждаш в развитието на IT community?
Повече хора спи да пием бира. Що за въпрос? Сериозно ли трябваше да отговоря на този въпрос? Да беше по...
Нямам идея. Можеш да се прецениш.
Да пробвам дали мога да отговоря сериозно на подобен въпрос. Чакай, никога не съм мислил в тази посока. Не, шегувам се, май съм мислил преди. Какво полезно има в развитието на IT community? Да, се лъжим, почти всичко става дигитализирано, дори в България. Пренаписаха търговски регистър. Не, че е по-добра посока, но го пренаписаха. Трябва работа да върви да се вика. Така че всичко започва да се дигитализира. И трябва да има хора, които да се справят с това нещо. Трябва да има хора, които искат да го правят. Така че трябва да развиваме това community, защото с тия хора заедно ще живеем в една по-голяма дигитална среда.
Какви са ти впечатленията от JSTalks, доколкото си изпълня миналата година, също имаше презентация?
Да, и миналата година присъствах като лектор, преди това съм присъствал така, само за да слушам и да пия бира с хората. Какви са ми впечатленията? Едно от малкото събитие, което са били толкова много хора, които са около JavaScript community и дори и такива хора, които не са директно в JavaScript community, които по други евенти може да ги чуеш да хейтят JavaScript и изведнъж се появяват там. Така че това, че се събират всичките тия хора там и се движи такъв тип общност е чудесно, защото трябва да се движат различни общности, да няма някакъв монопол. Иначе, ако има монопол, става малко какво байта. Ще проверим едната партия, вземи това БКП на програмирането и така нататък.
Ти тази година също имаш презентация, за какво ще говориш на тази годишния JSTalks?
Ще обучвам хората за Nest.js, един фреймворк, който е сравнително нов, въпреки че в JavaScript сравнително нов фреймворк е този, който е излязъл след малко. Но ако говорим за нещо, което се опитва да е там, за да остане, би го нарекал от mature нещата, едно от новите и не толкова разпознаваеми неща. Въпреки че, както казах, в този свят специално, нещата, които са нови, са тия, които излизат след малко, защото излизат почти всяка секунда неща, всякакви там Багдад, JS и други, нали, споменавам, че може би сме в ефир, .js неща, заместирам нещо, т.е. добавим от JS и така. Но да, ще говоря за Nest.js, ще говоря за това как, че в JavaScript света нещата не са просто ad-hoc програмиране, а можем да бъдем в този спектър на Enterprise програмирането, което е сравнително много доминирано в момента от Java и .NET екосистемата. Това, което искам да дам е нов approach, т.е. че и това комьюнити може да доминира част от сектора на Enterprise средите.
Благодаря ти. И разбрах, че ти ще бъдеш на място на събитието, т.е. ще се видим и на живо.
Да, ще се видим на живо, поне с тебе. Не знам кой друг ще дойде. Последно в такова събитие, на което бях, където имаше на място и онлайн доста повече, доста от хората бяха повече онлайн, но се надявам този път да има по-голям процент.
За съжаление, също поради ограниченията няма да са толкова хора на място, но също много хора ще поне надявам се да гледат.
Бирата ще е там, нали?
Ще има бира.
Който не е на място да знае преди тогава, че губи много бира да е за другото.
Благодаря ти и ще се видим в събота.
До тогава, чао.
Здравейте, сме с хората от ЕП, които ще ни разкажат детайли относно презентациите, които ще видите на JSTalks. Ние сме тук с Иван Николов, който е Delivery Manager в EPAM Systems, Самуил Алексов, който е един от най-добрите наши инженери, и също така Любомир Божинов, който е един от най-добрите в JavaScript технологиите в компанията. И Самуил и Любо са лектори на JSTalks. И аз много се радвам, че EPAM е генерален партньор на конференцията тази година за пореден път, за което много благодарим. Имам няколко въпроса. Първите са към Ивайло. Ивайло, защо всъщност EPAM подкрепя тази конференция?
Конференцията е организирана по един невероятен начин. Всяка година имало изключително много посетители, хора млади, които са заинтересовани от технологиите, темите, поставени на тази конференция. Тази година, имайки пред ситуацията, в която се намираме, се надявам да достигнем даже повече група от хора, имайки преди, че това събитие ще бъде цяло онлайн. Виждаме в него невероятна възможност да направим това. И естествено едно приятно изживяване да бъдем заедно с хората, които познаваме от бранша.
По принцип, ти какво виждаш в комюнити ивентите? Мислиш ли, че това е нещо, което е важно за индустрията и трябва да се подкрепя?
Изключително важно е, освен очевидното, че това е едно място, където идеите могат да бъдат обменени. Това е начин, по който хората да се запознаят един с друг, да разберат какви са основните лица на нашата реалност българска, и участват с драйвинг фактор в развитието на тези технологии.
Нещо интересно, аз знам, че в компанията всъщност има много вътрешни инициативи, които развиват JavaScript компетенцията. Можеш ли да ни разкажеш малко повече за тези инициативи?
Да, разбира се. Най-новата инициатива е така нареченото One Team, което дава възможност на хората, служители на нашата компания, сами да изберат дейности, с които да се занимават. Това може да е вътрешен ивент, в който да се поставят някакви теми, да се разискват, може да е събитие, отвънка да излязат някъде на разходка, дори заедно да се направят групово събиране в някоя бирария, примерно. Другото интересно нещо, което искам да отбележа е, че ЕПАМ има традиции в създаването и реализирането на така наречените джуниор академии. Бих искал също така да кажа, че до година плануваме да имаме поредната такава джазка джуниор академия, която обхваща между 10 и 20 човека, които ние ще намерим в пазара и ще обучим в продължение на 4-5 месеца.
Чудесно. Това мисля, че ще е много добре за индустрията и за младите хора. И следващите ни въпроси са към лекторите, които аз също познавам и много ценя, към Любо и към Сам, по отношение на това как те всъщност са тръгнали по техния кариерен път и какво ще ни говорят на JSTalks. Така че първият ни въпрос към вас е всъщност как стартирахте, как започнахте да се занимавате с софтуерни технологии?
Може би Любо, ти искаш да започнеш? Добре, всъщност е доста интересен въпрос. Аз трябва да върна лентата много назад, до гимназията. Мисля, че за първи път видях Dreamweaver, като бях на 12 години. И оттам започна една любов към програмирането. Минах през HTML, CSS, Flash, минах към C++ и се отказах за около 10 години след това. Доста завуалиран беше пътя ми да вляза отново в индустрията, тъй като се преквалифицирах от човек, който е завършил енергетика към софтуерен инженер. И в началото беше доста трудно, докато наваксвам това липсващо знание, тази основа, която всички, които всъщност са били в университета. Така бих казал, започна на моята път в индустрията.
Сама как беше при теб?
Да, аз мисля, че историята съм я разказвал на някои от предишните събития, може би даже и на предишни издания на JSTalks. Всъщност започва от дете, като малък си спомням как баща ми подари един Оливети 286, който беше полущупен. И всъщност приятел на баща ми го подари. Някои неща не работиха в графиката, не знам дали си спомняте, Химен и така нататък. Се чупиха постоянно и аз пък много исках да играя на този компютър. Имах едно старо Супер Марио на него. И малко започнах да си играя с конфигурационните файлове, автоконфиг и така нататък. И това ме доведе след това в училище да уча информатика и в университета също. Всъщност, интерес към събитията, мисля, че беше Европейската веб конференция или нещо подобно беше името на конференцията. Това беше първата конференция, на която отидох и беше много интересна. Всъщност, разбира се, тогава лектори бяха много известни имена от индустрията и така ме заинтригуваха как може да се организират събития за хора с едни и същи интереси и всъщност пък и да си тръгнеш с нещо научено. И идвайки в ЕПАМ преди няколко години, менеджерите тук ми даваха възможността също да участвам и оттам започнах с JSTalks и така нататък.
Да, чудесно, много интересно. Какви са били предизвикателствата, които сте имали? Аз имам предвид предизвикателствата, които вие сте имали в професионалното си развитие. И Любо, и Сам.
Трябва да помисля малко. Не знам да имаш. Ясно, може да ще се опитам да импровизирам нещо. В интерес на истината, аз вече загаднах, че в началото ми беше доста трудно да наваксам и теоретичната основа и чисто практическия опит. Но винаги за мен по-трудни са били предизвикателствата, свързани с хора, защото всичко, което е техническо, в крайна сметка има някакво решение. Много малко са проблемите, които не можем да решим, реално технически, но винаги динамичните ситуации с хора са ми били най-предизвикателни. и все повече съм се фокусирал върху тях с времето, като че ли това, което правя в момента всъщност е буквално наполовина разделено между писане на код и менеджиране на хора. Да, аз първото нещо и може би единственото, което ми идва в момента е Замарин. Но да, освен това, може би някои от архитектурите в предишни проекти са били малко по-проблематични и решаването на някакви по-критични бъгове, за които мога да се сетя. Не знам дали въпросът беше по-технически или като цяло в кариерния.
Ами, като цяло, също така, че имаш интересна история. Ти си учил и израснал в Италия, защо се върна?
Честно казвам, без да говоря на български, така че най-вероятно италианските колеги дори да бият да го разберат. Там културата според мен не беше добре предразположена към софтуерните инженери. Отношението като цяло беше малко по-различно и в един момент просто разбрах, че може би това не е най-добрата среда, в която мога да се реализирам и да реализирам напълно своя потенциал. В същото време чувах от различни приятели и познати, че в България всъщност индустрията се развива много добре. И
Increase in customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listened closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to move for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like the monster crawls out of the sea. You're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко. Можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Може ли да оставим на пътя един багаж? Разбира се. Къде е продуктно?
Стефи, къде е? Взете ли много?
Да, искам да правя да правя. Кажи какво? Не мога да намеря линка за Q&A в Microsoft Teams. Няма ги в Teams, ги няма публикувани в сайта на линковете, защото тези разпрати са не регистрирани в тези пратници. Те не са общо достъпни. Аха. Добре. Дай ми 20 лева. 20 лева. И почвам да бегам двата. Да кажа да бъде ключ на пусна. Да, ако може. Или на тебе да пусна и да пратя в групите с нашия общ чат с стриминга. Каквото иска. Където му удобно.
Имам забавяне на трактори.
Какво забавяне?
Трябваше да сме на компа.
Аз съм пуснал някакви видеа.
Hey everyone, sorry for the technical difficulties. Hopefully you are able to actually hear me. Right now we are working on the ability to for you to see me. If you can hear me just fine, please put something in the chat. A plus sign would be great, and I can hear your message would be superb. Or you can just put, hey. Hopefully now you will be able to see my face, although it's a little bit cramped up in here. Okay, just put anything in the chat and we'll begin shortly. Okay, is anyone there? Hmm. Hey, and we have someone in the chat. That's great. So great that you can hear me. Well, let's begin then, shall we? My talk is about recursive async generators, or, well, actually, and how to be a great developer. You would ask, how are those two actually connected? Well, not really, but there's still a connection, and I'll try to guide you through it and show it how those two are connected. We can just jump to a conclusion that, yeah, if someone actually knows their technical stuff, if someone actually knows what a generator is, what an asynchronous generator is and how it works, and especially how to use it with recursion, that means that that person is a great developer. But not really. Knowing your technical stuff is great, of course, and it helps tremendously, but it's not everything. Definitely not everything. From my experience, the first time I actually saw some JS code and actually reading some JS code was back in 2004. It's almost 20 years ago now. So I've known JavaScript for a long time. Does that make me a great developer? Well, actually, I don't think so. Of course, I can play the experience card and say, yeah, I have more experience than you. That should mean that I'm a great developer, but not really. So I cannot give you a specific recipe for who actually is a great developer, but I can tell you what I did to become who I am today, and particular directions, particular things you can do to become a great developer. And one of those things would be how to actually use recursive async generator in a practical project to actually understand them. So first thing, actually, a great developer should consider is iteration. Iteration is just meaning trying again. For example, this particular talk, this is a version 3 of this talk, and I gave it 2 times already. And each time I found something that I can improve, and I received feedback from my viewers and improved upon it. Hopefully this is the best version of the talk yet. I don't know, I'll let you decide on that one. So don't be afraid to iterate. Another thing that is necessary to be a great developer is communication, because nothing great, nothing superb is actually can be done by a single person. I mean, yes, sure, there are some exceptions of major projects being done by a single person, but there are much more examples of when a great product was done by a team. And if you have a team, you definitely need to communicate. So you definitely should communicate, basically talk to other people, talk to other developers. And while doing that, from my personal experience, I can experience fear. There's tons of examples of fear. For example, what's it called? Imposter syndrome. Oh yeah, the fear that everyone will discover that you are not that good of a developer yourself and you'll be exposed and stuff. I definitely had that fear. Another fear is a fear of public speaking, which I'm battling right now by talking to you. Well, it's kind of a light version because I am in the comfort of my home and not in front of a live audience. So try to follow my example and do it like with baby steps. And as for imposter syndrome, I'm not sure like if there's one particular way that helps solve all of the cases, but one of the way is the validation of your peers. For example, if you just got promoted to the title of the senior developer, and you have the imposter syndrome, if you get validation from other senior developers that will say, hey, that part of code looks very nice, or that comment you left on my PR is actually great, or your PR actually looks great, that will help you get self-confidence. But in any case, you have to actively battle it. You cannot just let it slide and hope it will pass with time, although, as you know, everything passes with time. And while battling your fear, one thing you can do is spreading the knowledge. What do I mean by spreading the knowledge? For example, telling about some new feature, telling about a particular use case that you stumbled upon recently, or particular experience, or actually anything which connects to the previous point about communication, about talking to other people. And of course, when you share the knowledge, you grow yourself. For example, while preparing for this presentation, I took a deeper dive into the generators, and I think I came out knowing a little bit more than I knew before I went into it. But to spread the knowledge, you actually have to get the knowledge. Where does one get the knowledge? Mozilla Developer Network is actually one resource. YouTube, which some of you are watching this right now, is another great resource which I'm particularly fond of. And of course, there is the higher power, the higher limit. You can just go and read the specification of the JavaScript language. From my experience, I haven't yet achieved that kind of Zen level, and I'm not yet ready to read the specification itself. So I go by watching YouTube videos and reading some parts of dumbed down documentation that I actually can understand. But when you read a documentation for a new feature, for me, it goes two ways. For example, once I learned about the conditional chaining operator, when you can put like a question mark with a dot when you are accessing some property, that was like an instant adoption. I looked at the old code, which was like a lot of chaining and ifs, and it turned into just one. Well, actually, when you want to access some deep nested property in an object, you can and you have to check if either of the property is undefined. The old way without the conditional chaining operator was pretty cumbersome, and the new way is an immediate improvement. So it's an immediate win and an immediate adoption. But for the other parts, for example, as it was with the generators, I read the documentation, I thought I understood how they work. I didn't have any idea where I could actually use them, what I can actually do with them, and I just forgot. However, there is particular use cases, particular situations where you are writing a code for some particular project, and then you have an epiphany that for this particular scenario, for this particular problem, you can actually use some more advanced feature, and when you use it and it turns out so great, for me that was a magical moment. And today I'd like to share it with you. Let me stop sharing and switch to the trusty Visual Studio Code. Okay, I know there is a delay, so please tell me if the font size is fine, and I'll ask to share my screen because I cannot share my screen myself. And this is a good time to tell you how I actually stumbled upon the use case for the recursive async generators. Well, basically, it was about 2 years ago when I needed to have some files uploaded to Google Drive, and after they were uploaded, I needed them deleted. Of course, there are multiple solutions, multiple applications that are able to do that kind of stuff. But me being a developer, of course, I decided that I will write that myself. And that's how came the version 1 of Google Drive backup, as I called it. It relied heavily on dependency injection because I was heavily into TDD. Well, I'm still heavily into TDD, but back then I decided to do everything that way. And it was fine. It was fairly simple. You gave the application, it was a Node.js application. You gave the application a directory path or several directory paths. It took all of the files in the directory, uploaded it one by one. Well, actually, there was some kind of smart logic that allowed for me to set how many streams of uploads there would be simultaneously, and there was pretty cool, as per my point, async queue, which I implemented and then figured out that there was a package for that, which is cool. But let's move on 1 year later, which is 1 year ago, when I needed that application again, but I needed to add a new functionality. Instead of just uploading a list of files, I needed to upload a hierarchical structure. So basically, I had a folder with some subfolders in it, and I needed to upload those subfolders and any subfolders that might be inside and preserve that hierarchical structure with all of the files intact. And of course, I could take version 1 and update it. But, being a developer, I decided to just start from scratch, and that's how version 2 appeared. And in this version 2, I went with a slightly different approach. I divided and decomposed the application into different submodules in a slightly different way. Not so much of a dependency injection, but still. And, well, what I wanted to do, the first approach would just be to scan the whole hierarchical structure and store it in memory, and then upload each file one by one. But I saw that that's not really a particularly good idea. For example, if my directory structure would be huge, it would take for, I don't know, some time for the uploads to begin, and therefore I decided to, and naturally I didn't know anything about the FS module, the FS node module. So when reading the documentation, I found out that there is an async read dir method, and I decided to use it. And I wanted to use it in a way that would allow me to actually upload the files one by one without actually doing a full scan prior to the start of the upload. So basically, I would just start, find the first file in the first folder, start uploading that. After the upload has finished, go to the next file or go to the next folder and continue. And for that particular use case, I found out that using the recursive async generators was great. Actually, I wrote a generator first. It was an async generator naturally. And then I thought, wait a minute, I could just recursively call it and go through the whole hierarchy. But I didn't know if it was possible, and like it was a fun moment for me. But let's start from the beginning. As you can probably see on my screen, I have a basic function. Naturally, I'm sure all of you are aware of what a function is and how it works, since you came to the talk with the name recursive async generators, which is like sounds like a more advanced topic. But I want to point out some of the particularly interesting property of a function in JavaScript and maybe in some other programming languages, but I'm not sure if you are aware of this particular property in some other languages. Put it in the comments. Well, basically in JavaScript, function they run to completion. So unless the function meets a return property, or all of the code is executed, it won't stop. So it will run and run and run until it either returns something or it gets to the end. This will come up handy later. Let's move on to the promises. Oh, by the way, if you are wondering what are those like blue numbers after each line, this is a pretty cool extension called Quokka. And what it does, it is actually runs on each file change without actually saving the file. Let me show you. If I change this to 5, you can see that without the saving of the file, it recalculates, or if I don't pass the second argument, it correctly shows not a number. But if I pass 3, it recalculates as 4. Very handy for prototyping. Let's move to a promise. I'll need to launch Quokka, and we'll see that, well, it was also quite a discovery for me. Well, we all know promises, and we all know async await. And one thing that everyone tells about async await is that it's just a syntactic sugar for the promises, and you can go without it, but it's a little bit better. My personal preferences were I would have only use promises because async await looked too much like synchronous code, and I couldn't wrap my head around it and figure out how it works. But currently, I'm starting to warm up to async await and use it much more because it's just more like concise, and you can write the same thing in async await with much less code. However, promises are syntactic sugar as well, because, well, basically there are polyfill code for promises, and actually promises, as if I understand correctly, they were implemented in Bluebird first, and then from that they were taken into the spec and received general adoption in most of the browsers. So basically, generators are kind of a syntactic sugar as well, because you can write the same thing without having support for the generators. There are multiple polyfills. Well, let's start with the iterator. what the hell is that? And does it have any relation to the generator? Great question. I'll explain what I'll go through what an iterator actually is, and then we'll jump to the generators. Basically, an iterator is an object with a particularly specific method in it. But by particularly specific, I mean the symbol iterator method. And not to get deep into the symbol iterators, into the symbols, I mean, the symbol iterator is just, well, some weird string. Because when creating iterators, there were like an either, well, we could go with either underscore, oops, sorry. Whoop. We could either go with underscore iterator, like we went with underscore proto and stuff. But thankfully we decided to go the other way, and we created symbols, and symbols just make sure that this method has a unique name that will not conflict with any, like, I wanted to say user generated, but I mean any other developer generated field names. So you can have any other field names that you want, and also you can have an iterator and it won't clash. So basically it's just like a unique string here, nothing fancy. And for this method to be considered an iterator, it has to return an object with an next property. And the next property is a method that's just a regular function. I could go without the while loop, but for this while loop, I return a value. Basically, I'm utilizing the n property of the iterator object, and I'm checking if it's less than 10, and on the first loop it's 0, definitely less than 10, and I just return the value and increment this n by 1, and I return the done false. Once the n is more than 10, well, once n is not less than 10, which is 10, because 10 is not less than 10, I return done true. And what this allows me is to actually use the iterator. Let me start with a spread operator, and I can turn it into a regular array, which it actually is. And well, this is pretty cool. This particular example is just for the demonstration purposes, but you can actually have any code in this function and return any kind of an array. So basically an iterator is just an object with a particular method that returns. You don't actually need the end property. You could just return, I don't know, like anything that you want. Hopefully that was somehow clear. Next, let's move on to the generator. And what a generator is, and this is a little bit confusing, a generator generates an iterator. So basically a generator creates an iterator, and seeing that the declarative way of programming is, well, fairly popular, still popular, hopefully still popular. This is a way to declaratively create an iterator. And what I have here is basically the same thing as I have here. And let's start with the syntax. A generator is just a function with a star. The star position actually doesn't matter. Some people like to have a space here, but you can have as many spaces as you would like. I prefer to not leave a space, and I imagine each time that there's like a star down here with a footnote that this is a generator. Let me start work on this one, and we'll be able to see that instead of just yielding I added a mass random and I added some variation to this array. So basically, and remember when I told the function, every function runs to completion, and we will need it later. Well, this is the place we need it, because over here this yield keyword actually not stops the execution, but they say it pauses the execution of function, and it holds the state that the function was in when the yield keyword was reached. So the first time we reach the yield keyword during the execution of the function, the I is 0. So we yield or return that I plus some random number. And we freeze that function. The state is frozen. The function remembers that the I value was 0, and it's frozen until we call the next method. However, we don't call the next method. This spread operator does it for us. It actually calls the next method until it gets the object with the done property set to true, as we saw previously. So basically, this code allows us to create this code in with much less overhead, and it looks cleaner, much cleaner. Hopefully this part is clear as well, because we are ready to move on to the async generator. Basically, it's the same thing with just the async keyword slapped on the front of the function with a star. And what it does is same that the async keyword does to every other object in JavaScript. It traps the returned value into a promise. And let me start Quokka. And we can actually see that we can use for await, and we can await I. And do I need an await keyword here? Yeah, I actually don't need an await keyword here because I have an await keyword over here. Like 2 awaits, that's kind of redundant. That's what I meant when I said that the iteration is very important. Okay, so the async generator's basically the same thing, but it wraps the I inside of a promise. And if we remove the await keyword from here, well, it says that it's not a function, so that won't work. But if we leave it, we have a nice and concise from 0 to a 9, basically wrapped inside the promise. Now that we have all of the building blocks, we are ready to move on to the example which is in the name of my talk, recursive async generators, and how I implemented the, traversion, the scanning through the directories hierarchy. Well, it's fairly simple. First, I just import the FS package which is built into Node, and the path package, which is also built into Node. If you're not familiar with TypeScript, if you're not into TypeScript, just ignore this. This just tells us that the file info interface has a dir property and a dirent property. This question mark means that the dirent is optional, it's not required, and it specifies the types of those. Well, I still haven't figured out what this dirent actually is, but from what I gather, it's just basically a fancy name for a file. Anyway, that's how I treat it. All right, and here is the async generator. it's easier to spot because it has a think keyword and it has a function with a star, which we remember down here. There should be a footnote which says generator. It receives just one parameter with a type of string, and it receives a dir pass, basically where to look. If you're not into TypeScript, you can just ignore this. This says what type will be returned, and it's another hint that this is an async generator. Basically, it's all over the place. The first thing we actually check if it exists. Fs exists think dir pass. If not, we just return nothing and stop everything. Next, we await an open dir. Basically, open dir returns a promise with some, well, just with the dir. Basically, the directory, the folder that we pass it, and it opens it. And then what we can actually do is go through each dirent. Oh, right, dirent is not a file. Dirent can be either a folder or a file. Yeah. I'm still a little bit confused even 1 year later. So basically we just use for await, which is just a for loop for the array of promises. And we name every item of that array dirent. And we check if the maybe I'm using the dirent name of the variable wrong here. Well, I could like use file or folder, but having like or in the name is a little bit confusing. So let's keep it with dirent. Next, we just check if this dirent is a directory, and this is the fun part. If it's not, if it's a file, we basically just return the directory and this particular dirent. But if it's a directory, we are recursively calling this particular async generator. So it's named getFiles, and we are calling itself. And the only thing that actually allows us to do it is this little star. So if you write down yield star, you actually can yield any async generator just like that. Okay, this was cool, but the usage of this function is even cooler. Let me show you. Here's how you use it. It's that simple. So here we have an async function upload files, and we just create a variable files, which we get from getFiles function, which we just went through. It's right here, didn't go anywhere. And we pass some path to it, and then we can just use for await and let the dir, the directory, and the dirent of files, and we can start the upload right here. So it's that easy. And all of the logic of going down through the folders, scanning the files is handled here. For me, it's very, very cool. Okay, I think that's it. Hopefully I made some sense. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. Also, I believe there will be some Q&A in the Teams, so feel free to drop by there if you still have any questions. And if not, I think that I did a great job. If you found something confusing, just go to my GitHub and look at one of the two versions, preferably the second one of the Google Drive backup, I think. repo, and all of the code is there. It's actually working, and if you need this particular app to use, you feel free to use it. Thank you. And thank you. I guess there's no more questions. So thanks everyone for watching, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we follow our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Hello there, guys. Let's open the presentation. So first of all, this presentation is about web components, and we will speak how good they are and how awesome, by my opinion, they are. And I'm currently working on a lot of frameworks that I'm building on, based on web components. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sharing. Okay, different tab. I'm sharing something. Let's continue. So, about me. Who am I? I'm Christian Tachev, and I'm a software developer for more than 7 years. And I'm working currently at MentorMate. And by checking what I have on my right, I have a QR code that will be sorry, I have a QR code, and if you scan it, you can check my sexy pictures. No, I'm just kidding. This is MentorMate Associative, and they are making some lottery. And by checking this QR code, you will go to one link where you can have some presents, and you can participate in this lottery. So yeah, I'm just a messenger. So, okay, let's continue with this presentation. So I'm not sure what is happening with my video drivers. Why is this happening? I'm sorry about these problems. Okay, it appears to work. Okay, I will not full screen. Oh no, why? In the beginning of the presentation it just happened. Okay, I will do like that. So what we will cover in this particular session, we will have a simple introduction of web components. What are they? I will maybe put the screen bigger. No, it doesn't want to. Okay, so what we have, we will speak about web components and how web components are combining with lit HTML, and how I'm doing the lit HTML web component and reactive programming using RxJS. And what we will speak first is introduction story about web components, of course. So I will not go into details. You already see this slide. So basically what we have here is like this concept of web components is I think more than 20 years old, and it's development. The concept is developed by Tim Berners-Lee, and he wanted to standardize web technologies so everyone can work with the same environment, doesn't want to depend on something. Everything needs to be just inside the browser. So basically, after a lot of years, the main team of Google, the Polymer team, created the first implementation and specification for web components, and they are doing it also again with a different library, which is like lit HTML, it's called. So basically, they define most of the four of the main specification, which are custom elements, shadow DOM, ES modules, and HTML templates. Everyone can look at the web to check for more details about these particular keys. So what is good? The web components are now supported in all browsers, which is really important. Let's continue with the next one. So here we have a simple web component example, and it's really interesting, and I will explain just a simple explanation of what we are seeing here. We have a template, and this is a regular HTML tag. It's a template tag, and we have an identifier of this tag. It's called my template. I hope you see my screen well. I cannot zoom any further since it doesn't respond. So we have this particular template, and we define it inside the HTML page, and we have a script tag. And inside this script tag, we have a class. And yeah, classes are now supported in most of the major browsers. So what we can do is like we can extend HTML element and create HTML element is coming from the native browser API. So basically, it has typings also. So we can check what it has as a properties. We extend natively HTML element, and every class has a constructor, of course. And when we extend, we need to call super in order to take the properties and extend the properties from the HTML element to our class. So we are extending the properties, and after that, it's one of the important aspects. We attach a shadow root. Every web component has his shadow root. So by attaching with mode open, I will explain more further if I have time with what is mode open and mode closed. So template, what we have also, if we have a web component, we need to define some HTML inside this particular web component. But in this example, we will use a template tag. So we will get an element by ID, because we called my template, and we will get it by element. So after that, we have our template element. If we have our template element, we need to clone this particular template, since we don't want to pollute the same, use it and append it somewhere. So basically how we do this is like template content clone node true. So basically we have a template instance from our template. And after that, we already created a shadow root. So basically, we just need to append this particular template instance to the shadow root. And this is a simple web component. After we define the class with web component, we need to define it inside the registry. Every browser and has his registry, and this registry you can define the web component by its tag. And here we define a simple web component as a class. Okay, I see that we have 2 web components here. It should be 1, but anyway. So after we have defined our script, we have defined our templates, we need to render this particular web component. So let's do that inside here. So let's define our template. I have already done that before the presentation. So how we will do this? We will define a constant variable, which is creating an element which is of type template. After we create a template, we have a unique identifier for this particular template. So we have a my template identifier here. We define it already. So we will say something like template ID will be my template. After that, we see that we have some HTML here code inside this template tag. So we need to append this particular HTML code inside the template. How we did this? By using template inner HTML. Sorry, auto suggestion sucks sometimes. So template inner HTML, and we will define template literal. I'm sorry, like that. And now what is going on? We define our template, we define our identifier, and we define our inner HTML. So inner HTML has his class, which is with red style, and so on and so on. So the next part is that we want to append this particular template to the DOM. If we don't append the template, it will not be available for the web component to get it by ID. So we need to define it inside the template. How we do that? By document body append child, for example, and you can append this particular template since it is a component, HTML component. And now we can see that in our presentation here, I think after the body, sorry, inside the body, at the end of the body, we have a template, which is document fragment, and we already have our document here. So next one, I will clear this terminal. Next one, we need to define our web component. How we do this? By copy and paste it here. So I'm copying it and just paste it. So what is happening? I will define it as a class, and it says undefined. It's perfectly okay if it doesn't throw error. So this web component is nothing at the moment. It's only preserved in the memory as association. And we need to define it by saying custom element, define simple element. I will copy and paste this one. And we have our simple component defined. So now we want to append it somewhere in the page. For now, it's only registered inside the browser, inside the custom element registry. So basically, we want to append it like before this one, and I already search where what is the class to do that. So I will just go like that. We have okay, yeah, document query selector slides. I saw that slides is this element here. So I will append my web component to query select slides and append it here in the slides. So what is happening here? I'm creating how to instantiate my web component. I'm creating document create element, and simple as that, you can put like span here and it will just go there. But we now experimenting with web components. So we define a simple component and we want to inject it. And nothing happened, of course. If you're on the demo page, it will not work. Before that, I tried like several times and everything was perfect. What am I missing here? I defined the element, I defined the tag. I don't like this part. I'm sorry about this one. Maybe I see, oh yes, of course. Simple web component. web component, not a component. Oh, here we have hello world. So now we define our component. We can see that after this section, let's scroll down, we have a simple component. Yeah, this one is not working. So we have this one. We append it, and this web component has his shadow roots. And inside this shadow root, we have style, and we have our template here, and we have a slot. It's really important, this slot, because now we want to try to instantiate the same element, but this time we will use the slot. So for example, we will call element document create element. We will call it simple web component. Sounds good. Element inner HTML. Every web component has his inner HTML. So for example, you can put something like here. I'm not sure that you see my mouse, but before the web component is closed. So we will call inner HTML JS conference. We will call it like that. And then again, we will append this element to the slides by defining not creating elements and appending this that we created. So now what we have here, we have a slot, and this slot is passing the properties inside inner HTML, so this one JS conference, and passing into shadow root inside the slot, so we can reveal it even. And this is really important since you can print different templates and abstract the slots. There is a you can name the slot and pass specific template for specific slot. But this is out of this topic, and I will stop here. I think this is one of the main examples that I can show right now. So I will leave for now this one, and I will proceed with the presentation. We will have it like here. It's a little bit ugly, but we can handle it if it's, yeah. So what is shadow root? This is why I left this particular example, since we want to explore what the shadow root gives us. The simple web component, again, if you see, it has shadow root. And what the shadow root does is that it encapsulates the specific classes or templates inside different DOM structure. So if we have some root, for example, DOM, this is like a regular HTML page, and you started with body. So basically, if you have a component inside this page, every shadow root needs to be present inside the root DOM. So this is the main aspects, that it creates a shadow root and shadow DOM inside this web component. So if you have a style red and a class red, and you define it inside the web components template, you will not be able to use this particular red style, for example, here outside the web component scope. So one of the main reasons that shadow root is awesome is because it does not pollute the CSS of the regular previous DOM that is rendered to. So this is one of the main concerns, because now, for example, I have some plugins here on my Chrome, and these plugins can interact with the page and change everything inside the page. And it can lead, for example, to some strange behavior. If you want to change some component and you put style with the same class, you will override the previous style that is written by some of your colleagues, for example. So you will break the website styling because of this. So this is why they, the guys, the smart guys from the Web Consortium created this abstraction shadow DOM. And this is why it is really efficient, because you can command it only via CSS variables. CSS variables is something that lives globally, and it passes through shadow root. So if you define some global CSS variable, it will be available inside every web component that is using shadow root. And basically, this is all about the shadow root. Why do we need a web component? Of course, we have a standard way of defining HTML tags. Everyone wants to write something like a div or p, and it should be generally available in the browser. And this is why we really need to have a way of defining these tags by ourselves. So basically, a lot of people decided that it will be a good practice to introduce these capabilities of web components. So the good way is that it is framework agnostic. What does that mean? It means that you can use it everywhere. As I show you in this example, I am using it in my console inside the browser, and it doesn't require to me to bundle anything. It doesn't require any npm library or framework. You're just writing a simple JavaScript code. Not that simple, but it will become simpler for sure. What will lead to, if you don't have libraries that you use, if you don't have frameworks or whatever, it leads to faster load times, smaller bundles, and it can stay for years. For example, this implementation, I'm not sure, but for sure it will stay like five or 6 years more, and it will not change the initial implementation. So we are working with web components, and we have clients. And these clients want to have consistency, wants their application to run every time. So basically, with web components scenario, we will not think about how to upgrade the framework in order to work correctly. And this is one example I can say, because I'm working maybe for more than 5-6 years with Angular. I started with Angular 1, the 0 versions, and now I am working from the latest versions. And what I have seen in my experience is that every time that I want to update something from Angular infrastructure, I need to rewrite some parts of the code. And this bugs me a lot, really. It's sometimes it makes me crazy, because it's wasting a lot of time. I'm wasting a lot of time just to accomplish these simple updates. And this is really not nice to have it, but it is happening. And what is not good, because if you have an Angular 7, for example, 1 week old application, you can update it really easily. But if you have an application which is like 6 or 7 months in period of development, active development, for example, from 10 developers, you will get a really big application, and it's really impossible to make it easily to update the libraries. So basically, this is why I decided in this particular moment that I need to be really close to the standard. And Angular is doing that, but with the latest components that they release and with Ivy renderer, it's awesome. But anyway, if you need to create a web component, you need to bundle it and build it from the Angular CLI, Angular CLI. And basically, Angular CLI will convert your component to web component. So it's not that simple, really. You have it inside the browser I showed you. So basically, this is one of the purposes that I decided to implement my own library of heavily inspired by Angular. Of course, I love Angular. So lit HTML and web components. I will not speak more about what is lit HTML. You can check what is lit HTML inside Google. But anyway, for few thoughts, lit HTML is a template library. It lets you write HTML template. I will read it here. It lets you write HTML template with JavaScript by using template literals. I show you that we define our template just as like that. We have it like here. Oh, I'm sorry, it breaks. Oh, okay, this one. We have a template. We create a template element and we put inner HTML something. Lit HTML does that for us by exposing one function that creates this particular template and helps us not to write document create element, inner HTML, and so on and so on. Not only that, but it gives us the ability to be flexible. Let's talk about what is a template, because I spoke about what is a template. It's a template we all know if we have to some grocery store and they give us some receipt of our amount, for example, how much money I need to pay. They have this template, and this template you can change, for example, I'm sorry for the stupidity of the explanation, but you can change some variables inside this particular piece of note. This is the main concept of the template. What is an HTML template? If you already are here inside this presentation, I hope you really know what is an HTML template. And what is a lit HTML template? Okay, let's remove that because it breaks our presentation a little bit. Okay, now it's working. So what is a lit HTML template? Lit HTML is a library from NPM, I told you that, and it's created by Polymer team, which is from Google. So basically, Google owns this particular piece of code. And lit HTML exposes HTML function, and with template literal, we can, string literal, we can define a template and map some properties to this particular template. So basically, if we want to reuse this template, we can use it as many times as we want by defining variable instance 1, 2, 3, and etc. And this is the main important aspect because we can reuse the templates all over the application without polluting the main template. Really important. Why using lit HTML at all? It's really efficient, really efficient. It's using natively the browser capabilities of template literals, really a lot of things that comes inside the browser, and it's really fast, really small, because it uses caching of the templates. And if you change some property inside the template and re-render it twice, it will render only the changes. It will not create something like React does, for example, virtual DOM, and they compare both of the DOMs and they understand which changes and then render. It's an approach which is efficient, but I think it's quite more efficient if you have something natively without using TSX or GSX files. So, lit HTML recap, I will not speak more about this particular topic. It's really simple, modern, fast, and it's based on web standards, so on, so on, so on. I told you about how it is good. You can check again if you want to the presentation. And we are here. I'm good that I'm on 20 minutes now. I have time, all the time in the world to show what I want to. So what is my way of using web components, lit HTML, and reactive programming? I told you before that I'm open source contributor, and I have a lot of repositories inside my GitHub profile, and a lot of them are quite interesting because they are using technologies that are on the edge. And by on the edge, I don't mean that they bugs a lot. They are just using the edge technologies, and they are written in TypeScript. So what I am going to say here is that I created one library that, oh, okay, I forgot about that. I create a lot of libraries, and I will speak about more. What is an observable? Let's start with that, because with reactive programming, with RxJS, it comes from, by my perspective, because I was using Angular quite a lot, and I really love using RxJS and observables. And basically, I want to adopt the same patterns of reactive functional programming inside my code base. And what is an observable? It's a composable function. It is a push-based data source model. You can, for example, interact by adding an observable to an event listener, and for example, and there is a clean logic. You can emit variables. If this event listener is emitting events, it will pass it to observable, and we can subscribe to these changes of the observable. This is really the main concept that we have at this moment for observable, and I will show you what is happening here. So, introduction of one of my libraries. It's called RxDI lit HTML. It's a wrapper based on lit HTML, but what it gives you ability to bundle your application, because lit HTML by default, by using parcel, because I'm not using Webpack or some different kind of bundler, I'm using parcel. And parcel.js doesn't work well with the lit HTML since they import things with JS extensions. For example, if you import something, they import it with extension something.js. I'm not sure that you see my screen. And this, by some reason, breaks the tree shaking of the application. So I decided to fork lit HTML and decide to made it possible to tree shake and bundle, and also introduced one really important aspect. I told you how I love Angular, and by my opinion, it's a really good approach of defining web components, components and writing some application. So this approach is from there. So there is a component method, which is a decorator, and this decorator has a selector. This is not really not unusual for you for now, if you are familiar with Angular. You have a style and you have a template. And this template is a function which returns HTML string literal that I told you earlier about the parsing and template literals. What is happening here? We have some property also. We have a property decorator, which is making the web component properties available. For example, you want to pass some variable to web component, and by defining property, you expose this particular logic to web component. And this is not something not unusual. So what is happening here? We have again the same component, but this way we are importing RxJS, which is a library for reactive programming. I told you about that, and we will define, for example, the web component stays the same. We have a hello world properties, and we have one more property, which is like world, but it's like observable. This is the way of defining, I think a lot of people are defining in Angular observables with this sign. So basically we define world, which is a new subject type string. So what we want to do, we want to print the world after as observable, and we do it by creating a method which is natively inside the component decorator. It creates the abstraction that it has some hooks, that like React has hooks, Angular has lifecycle hooks, and the RxDI lit HTML has his own hooks also. They are based on web components, so I just decided to write them as they are with lit HTML. So on update first is a hook, which means that when the component first updates, we will emit the value next this world. So this world will be something, and we will emit this value to the template, and it should print the particular template. So let's not discuss more, because I will show this in the live coding session. And also here I will skip it, because I will show you how. Okay, no, I will not skip it, because it's really important. For example, imagine that we have an observable in Angular. If you define an observable, you have an async pipe which is introduced, and with async pipe you can render observables inside a template. And the async pipe, why it is important? Because the async pipe in Angular will unsubscribe the observable as soon as he leaves the view. So for example, if I go to another page, my component, Angular component, will be destroyed. And after the destroy, my subscription will be unsubscribed. So basically, Angular provides this ability, so you will not have memory leak situation. Here, I will show you the simple example. If we want, for example, to unsubscribe from this particular async observable, we have a hook again, which is on destroy hook, and we just say this world unsubscribe. So basically, the component will not subscribe as many times, even if it's deleted. And let me show you. Let's start some simple application. I already create some mockup for this particular one. I will open my Visual Studio Code. what we have here, we have lit HTML. I told you, RxDI lit HTML, some version. And I have a dev dependencies, which is a TypeScript. So basically, you start with this one. I will hit npm install, since I want to have a node modules installed. Maybe I want to create git, I'm sorry, I will create git ignore folder file in order to remove node modules from loading. So what will happen here? I will create one folder. It's like source. So I will create inside this one folder TypeScript file called main. For now, we have an empty structure, of course. I will create some app, and inside this application, I will create app component TypeScript. Basically, this is really coming from Angular. I love this structure. It's like you can put here also index HTML, and you have an application, and you have an app component, and so on and so on. You can create a lot of folders. So I like this structure. It's quite good. And now I will create web components. How I'm doing this? I will export one class, which is called my app component. I will call it app component. And this app component will extend HTML element for now. I will define component decorator that I told you earlier. It will automatically import it. I will define a selector and call it app component. This component doesn't have anything at the moment. So we will define a template, and this template will be binded to the first function. The first method will be this, and this template will lead to using this from the component. So I'm defining an HTML tag, and I don't see any errors here. So we will put like 1, 2, 3. And we want to render that particular element. How are we going to do that? We will export this, import this element from the app component to the main. And the main, we see that index.html doesn't have anything. So we will define some script, and we define some source, and we just pass our main TypeScript. And the next step is to define app component here. We want to render that component, right? So basically, I'm writing it here. Maybe more correct way will be like that. Anyway, it will work, but for another reason. So what will happen here? We want to start this particular application. How we are going to do that? I told you about Parcel. I'm using Parcel.js. It's a bundler which gives you really, without any configuration, you can start your application. Even if it's Node.js application, server side or front-end side, you can start it, and you have a tree shake, you have a lot of things. So I will use Parcel. I already have it installed, but you can install it by yourself. So basically, I have it installed, and I will try to search and find index.html. So this is all it takes to start bundling your application. And in a matter of seconds, we have our application pointing to localhost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 5, without 5. So we have our web component. And what is happening here? We have defined our web component, but it doesn't have shadow root. It's a regular component. And we can define inside the constructor what I showed you earlier to create a shadow root, but I will use lit element, which is provided by the lit HTML. So lit element will do this automatically for me, and will create a shadow root. And in a matter of seconds, we see that we have a lab component with shadow root and 1, 2, 3. So what we want to do? We want to do to pass a property. For example, first name. Okay, let's start with property decorator. So we define it will be type string. The property that we are defining will be type string. This will help parser to know what it is before trying to understand it. So basically, we help a lot of the web components by defining the property with type string. So we will call first name. First name will be type string. So what is happening? What is happening? We will print this particular first name inside the template by defining first name here. We use template string expression. So this is what it goes. This is how it goes. You can define this property inside this template, and since we define this template is binded to this of the app component, we will see that everything will be working. Of course, now we don't have anything. So we need to pass this first name variable from index. And how we do this? By defining first name here. Maybe it will complain about because name, let's call it just name. Okay, we have a name, and we will define this name, my name, Christian Tachev, for example. So we can see that we pass property from index.html to web component, which is called name, and we pass Christian Tachev to this particular property, and we print it here. We can define also slot, and we can use this slot to pass some other templates, for example, this one. And we can see that the slot is passing what we have inside inner HTML of the element. It's passing it to the slot. So this is really important ability of the web components. And after we remove the slot, we will not have it, even if it's defined here, here inside that component. So we will not see it. Okay, let's proceed with the next steps. What we're gonna do? In order to have the web component auto-suggesting all over the application, we will define some abstraction, which is called custom element, and we will call app component. This is like a description, and this description will help us help the Visual Studio Code to identify the web component. So we will have it like auto-suggested here, you see? So I can say something like dot, and it will print name. If I change it to name2, it will say name2. So basically, even if we want to open this particular web component, we can do it by pressing Control and going to the component. So it's really, really comfortable using web components these days. So let's try something else. We want last name, my last name. I will call it like that, last name with smaller letters. I don't know, my IDE is complaining today for this one since the latest update. So we have a last name. And sorry, this last name will be taken from the backend, for example. So we will call it like last name and with usable prefix. So basically, we will define one subject, and we really don't have at the moment RxJS, so we need to install it. So what we're going to do, I will stop this and install RxJS. In a matter of seconds, we are ready to go. So I will start again the bundler, and we have here auto-suggested subject. We will call it, this subject is with type string. So what will happen here? We have, we will save the application, and we will see, let's check. We will see, yeah, that we have an object. Why we have an object? Because this last name is an observable, and we don't want to print it that way. So basically now async pipe that I told you earlier, in order to subscribe to this observable and print it here. The async pipe is coming from coming from this library. It doesn't belong to the lit HTML original by itself. I write this implementation, and you can check it out if you want for more details, but async pipe is subscribing to observable. So I will hit again save, and we can see that the object disappears. This is awesome. So everything by now is working correctly. So what we want to do, we will not put my last name, for example. We want to put the first name, we want to put it inside the last name. How we did this? We saw that it's empty. So basically, we will use the hooks. There is a on before, on init, on update, and on update first. On update first is when our template is rendered for the first time. So basically, we will have also a property name. And what we will do next is that we will provide, we will emit variable to the subject, which is called last name. We will emit, for example, my name, like that. And we should see my name here printed. But what if we want to use this particular name? Okay, it's that simple. We will use this name, and we have Christian Tachev on both places. So what we have accomplished here, we have a property, we have a component. This component has a property which is called, which we pass Christian Tachev as a string. And on update first of this component, we emit variable to the observable, which is the same our name. So basically, this is what we see, the template. So let's start with a different example. We have a counter, and it starts from 0. And we have a set interval. I will show you now what is the main problem of subscribing to particular RxJS observable, since you need to unsubscribe sometimes. And one of the best things is that if you don't subscribe anywhere, if you don't write anywhere subscribe, you're really good, because you're using some different approach of unsubscribing from the observables. So I really encourage you to use subscribe as as less time as it needs. For example, I really prefer to subscribe only once at my application for the whole time, but that's my opinion. So anyway, we will create some interval to show you what is the RxJS memory leak. And we have a set interval. For example, after 1 second, on every 1 second, we will emit to last name, we will emit our counter, but we will increment it. And since we define string, we will define number now, and we will call it counter. For example, I will delete this one and $counter like that. So what will happen? On every 1 second, we will print and increment the counter by 1, and we should see this happening. And as I told you earlier, if we have a change inside our template, it's only rendered once, and then we render only the change. As you can see here, only the change is rendered. Let me zoom this screen because it will be smaller. Only this change. So what is happening here? We will try something. We will remove this component, and we will see if this counter is producing values. So before that, let's put some type and put some tab. What we'll do is like printing, we will call it like that. So I will inject, it does not auto-suggest me, I'm not sure why, but whatever. So we have a tab operator. What tab operator does, this is operator without side effect. It will be triggered every time when this counter emits value. So basically, we have this tab just to show some log that we are printing, and we will check it out if it's working. It's working. Printing. It's perfectly fine. So we will remove this component, set timeout, after, for example, 5 seconds. So we will emit five values, and then we will remove this component. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the component disappears, and it is not inside the body. So, and the printing stops. What does that mean? We have done our job well. So basically, it is unsubscribing when the view is removed. This is awesome. But how we did this? Inside the component decorator, there is a property which is called unsubscribe on destroy, and it's true by default. So it's not present here. It's true by default. But if what this does, it checks if there is an observable defined inside our component. And if there is an observable, after the component is destroyed, we will unsubscribe from this particular observable. So this is what we are seeing. We have only 5 printing. But if we disable this particular feature, what will happen is that our component will remove from the DOM, as you can see, but our log still prints. So we now have a memory leak, and this is not good. And most of the times I've seen Angular code, they're doing something like on destroy. It's ng on destroy, but here in our implementation, we have on destroy hook, and they will do something like this, subscribe. And what will happen is that, let's wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it appears that we are unsubscribed from observable, and the set interval is trying to send variables, but we already unsubscribed, and it throws error, which is usual. It's perfectly fine. So basically, I don't prefer using unsubscribe at all. I prefer to the view to handle the subscription by itself, like Angular does. So what is happening here? We really define a lot of things. We say a lot of things, how to pass the properties, how to use an observable, and the most important part, how the view is unsubscribing from the observable. So we will have only subscription until the view is here, until the component is here. So let's start by using, for example, I want to show you some experiments that I'm building based on this approach that I show you. We have an unsubscription, we have a template, we have a style properties, we have everything that you need. We can style, and then I didn't show you how you did this, but we have a style, for example, and you can import CSS template literal function. So you can define like black and say color black. There is a format. We need to format the document. And here you can use this particular element. For example, div, you can say class black. And we can see that, sorry, maybe red will be better. Okay, we see that we have a red. So it is working. We define your style, you define your element, and it's pretty much working. So based on this abstraction that I have created, I managed to understand new behavior of writing HTML elements. And I name it reactive HTML. It's a basically implementation which helps you to write web components by declaring it inside the view. What does that mean? For example, you have an observable. Let me make my screen bigger. I will show you also this example on coding session. So we have an we have a component, web component, that is just iterating over items. For example, R4 of, and we have an iterable, and we have a let item value, and we will print a value from iterable item and iterable item 2. How we will do that? Let's install the libraries that this particular page gives us. It's operators, components, hooks, and GraphQL. I will show you what we'll have here inside GraphQL. So let's start by installing these libraries, all of them. I don't want to waste time. So they should be pretty small, but I think the GraphQL module is quite big. So we wait like 10 seconds. So we already have these operators, hooks, GraphQL components. So let's define these components inside our application. From the top of the main, we will define these imports here. It auto-suggests us that everything is perfectly fine. So what we will do next is that we want to remove these items from here. We don't want them. Maybe we will also remove the property. And we will try to iterate. Oh, you see, it auto-suggests me because I import them, and they have all this particular description and documentation. So basically I can say like R4, and I can say of my array 1, 1, 2, 3, and I will put here like R let item, and inside the item I will have a function which prints HTML. So I think I missed it, something like that. It should be let, yeah, and I break it. Oh, let's copy the example. It will be faster. I'm sorry, a little bit out of time, and I'm thinking about that, and this is the main problem. So basically we have a R4 of iterable item 1, let item. For every item, iterate and print the value of the item. Let's see our page, and we have now iterable item 1 or 2. So we will put this inside the p tag. Yeah, come on. So we will have them separated. And what is happening here? We have items that are inside app component, inside the shadow root. And we have R4, which is a web component. And we have an rlet. And this rlet item is printing our items. So basically, this is a for loop inside web component. And it's print the content of it, which is quite awesome. This is like really awesome. You can, for example, put here subject, our counter, but let's modify it. Let's put number array. So on update first, we will this counter next, and we will put some array from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically, we can just put this counter here, and after we print, we should see, but we don't see this counter of. Okay, I understand what is happening. Let's do that because I don't have time to explain. It's like let's put it like that, and we will define it like here. So if we have a counter, and this is an observable which is returning array of items, we should be able to print these items here, which is quite awesome. I told you with for loops, you cannot iterate over observable, you cannot iterate over map, and here you can iterate over map. For example, we can create 1, 2, like that, 1, 1, and this is like map, and map again it prints out. So basically we can iterate over many object arrays on maps and weak maps and everything. So we have a single component which is tightly coupled to work with these scenarios that you can pass a variable and iterate over this variable. So what we will do next, I prepare some. I'm not sure. Yes, I have it like here. GraphQL site. Everyone knows SpaceX. I'm really happy that they have a GraphQL API. And now I'm going to show you how you can interact with GraphQL API really easily. And I will strip. Let me show you. This is the query that I'm requesting from them, and they gives me a lot of information. I really don't want a lot of information. Let's just only have a rocket name, and let's say mission name and launch date. Okay, fair enough. So the GraphQL is giving us these particular properties. So what we'll do next, we will take this query and write again one strange thing. It's called rpart, and this is like a reactive part. It's a web component, and you define some states inside this web component, rpart. So for example, I can define this variable test, for example, and I can print 1, 2, and then I will render this particular value, sorry, state, this particular state, I will render it test. just like that, simple as that. And we will use test. So what will happen here? We will have this variable that I told you. So we have a part, and this part is reactive part. So what we will do next? We will define some, again, web component, which is called rfetch. And inside this web component, we will define some query. And this query will be type string. So we will query get whatever. We don't need to define here. So we will do it like that. Query launch past limit 10. So we will define our query, and we expect that our component will fetch the GraphQL query and pass it here as a data property. So I will stringify here the data, and what will happen? I think it will break, or it will not happen anything. Yeah, of course it will. So we need to define, and the GraphQL needs to define some API that we will hit, for example, SpaceX API. How we will do that? We will set configuration for this, and I will do like that, and we will not explain more further. We really don't have time anymore. So I will even remove, I think, these ones. I don't need them. No, I need them. Okay, let's put them. So let's put here our API, which is a GraphQL API, SpaceX API. So let's hit Control S, and we just define our. This is a RHTML GraphQL. It's a library that you have a way of connecting to the GraphQL API. So basically, what we will have now is that we made a request. Let's check. We made a request to the SpaceX length, and we get the launches path and mission name, and we already have it printed here. So this is happening declarative way. So imagine what we will do here. We can see what is the query. For example, I can write something like this. I can say, I want every element to be inside p tag. And we can say that this will be data, and data launches past dot. I'm sorry, this is initerable. Launches past is initerable. So this is why I use this example here. So we need to iterate over launches past. I will pass this property, data launches past, and on every item will be printed here. The mission name will be printed here. So let's say v mission name. And what we have here, we have a r part, r fetch, r query, and we define our query, and we render our state. And after that, we will iterate over launches past and show mission name with p tag. So what we will have here, the same situation. Let's show something else. Let's show, for example, date of the launch, or rocket name. Let's do rocket name. V rocket name. So rocket name, we can hit it like that. And after, what's happening here? Rocker. It's not rocker, it's rocket. Yeah. So we have a rocket name, which is Falcon, and we have printed our mission name. So as a final step, this is what I got. This is the approach that I'm working on. I'm as you can see, we don't have a service layer. We don't have anything specific in order to get the query. We have only one component, which is reactive part with reactive fetch. It's called like that. And we have a query, which is launching pass, and we can define as many properties that we want from the GraphQL Explorer provided here. For example, I can put ID here, and I can ask for ID, and I can print ID. I will not show you that because it's obvious that it will do that. But anyway, if you see, we don't have anywhere async pipe that we previously had. We don't subscribe anywhere. We are using the query itself to subscribe and render the result from this query, which is quite awesome. A lot of libraries doesn't provide this way of interaction. So I think, yeah, this is the main concept. You can check the repository here. It's called rhtml/rhtml. It's a monorepo approach, and this is why it's repeating itself. So we have a packages and we have an experiments, and we have a lot of things here to explore. If you really have, if you really want to participate in this particular repo, just call me, write me. My, I think my profile page is here, and my email is here. You can see it like that. So just ping me, write me, and we will speak about the new way of defining web components and everything related with web components. And even I can say a lot of things about GraphQL. And I have a framework which is inspired by Angular, which is also created with the same principles. It has a controller. It has a lot of things that there is. So yeah, this is it, guys. I'm Chris, and I'm really happy that you see me. Not now, but anyway, thank you for participating in this topic. And yeah, bye bye to everyone. Don't remember that we have a channel open, I think, in Teams. Yeah.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Eindogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with a lost soul, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to SmartGads the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Test, 1, 2, 3, test. Perfect. If you can hear me, then it's fine. You can see my slides. You can see me. We have an audio, so let's have a talk in a few minutes. See you later. Let's go back to the ads and to see our sponsors.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Hi guys, thank you for joining this session. Thank you for staying until this time during Saturday. And I know that this is the last session and I know that you're tired, so I will try to keep your interest high. And let's talk. Let's talk about how we can modernize our applications for 2020 and behind. For the next 50 minutes, 45-50 minutes, we'll talk about how we can innovate, how we can change the way how we build up our application and how we add new features using the new technologies, new services that are now available on the market. Also, we'll try to take a look on different features, on different services that are available and try to decide which one is the best for us. Now, before beginning, who am I? My name is Radu von Vulea. I work for a company called Endava. I know that they also have an office in Sofia, and I think that I visit Sofia until now around 4 or 5 times, not in business trips, but because of different conferences and events that happen locally. I'm Microsoft Azure MVP from 2012 or something similar like that, and also I'm Microsoft Regional Director. What is relevant on all this discussion is that cloud is something that I'm in, and I have a very high interest. I work in IT industry, I think, for the last 15 years from the commercial point of view. And in the last 10 years, I work on a lot of projects on different industry and business domain, small, big, and things like that, on Azure and on AWS. My first commercial project on Azure was in 2010. And from that moment in time, I really enjoyed and love how things are happening. How does Azure and also AWS are evolving? So let's jump. Let's take a look now. What is the current context? So take into account that 90% of the companies are on the cloud already. Not fully, but at least they're using one or a few services, or they have some business applications or some apps that are running inside the cloud. They could have, for example, the storage, the backups, or maybe the data analytics components inside a cloud provider like Azure. Now, if you're taking a look what they are looking, why they are migrating to Azure or to a cloud, we need to take into account that around 50% of large organizations are doing a migration to cloud, not because this is the trend, not because it's fun or it's interesting for their engineers. No, it's because cost optimizations. If you're doing things in the right way, then you have a big opportunity to reduce your cost. It's not only the running cost, it's the operational cost, the cost of adding new features, and so on. So there are a lot of things that you can improve, that you can optimize. If you're thinking now to do a migration to Azure, what I would really highly recommend you to do, to take a look on Azure Web Architecture Framework and Cloud Adoption Framework. If you are looking to AWS, then you should know that also AWS have Web Architecture Framework that can be used to help us to adopt cloud, to use the best practices, the tools that are provided by the cloud vendors and their partners, to be able to do the migration in the right way, or to adopt cloud and all the functionality and features that is provided by cloud easily. Now, what we know in 2020, first of all, most of the enterprises are really loving multi-cloud. We are not talking about only one cloud provider. No. They prefer to have at least 2 cloud providers that they are using, even if it's more expensive, even if it means that the learning curve, the technology that they need to know and to manage is higher. They feel better. They feel more safe in the case of something happen with one of the cloud vendors. And public cloud adoption continues to accelerate, especially nowadays, starting from March, with all the crazy things that happen with working from home, COVID, e-commerce, and things like that. A lot of companies are looking now to the cloud, not because they would like to move to the cloud, no, because they need their on-premise current infrastructure is not allowing any of them to innovate, to do the next phase of the digitalization. And also the way how public cloud is used, evolve, is changed. So if until 1 year ago, governments were looking on the cloud, but they were not convinced that they can go on public cloud providers, nowadays we have, for example, G-Cloud, governance cloud from the UK program, and other countries that are looking closer and closer to cloud vendors like Azure or like AWS, to their system, their application, their front ends on top of cloud. And also, what is interesting that now because people are more aware of what cloud can offer to them, are looking more on platform as a service and software as a service versus infrastructure as a service that was happening 1 or 2 years ago. So 1 or 2 years ago, I used to see a lot of projects where, well, we are migrating to cloud, want to use cloud, but we only want Azure VMs or AWS EC2 or Azure VM Scales and nothing more. No, we don't want Azure SQL. We don't want that NoSQL solution that is offered as platform service. No, we want to go on it with VMs. Now we are on the other part where they're saying, well, I don't want only microservices. I also want serverless. I want a combination of them. Please tell me why you provided the solution and that services are running as serverless and not as microservices, or the other way, or other way around. Even so, because the organization didn't have enough time to implement the governance, to do the right way, the cloud adoption, to follow the best practices that are provided by well-architecture framework and the cloud adoption framework, they are struggling. They are struggling a lot with the cloud spend. Why? Because it's so easy to spin up more resources. It's so easy to just push data to the cloud without taking care about the cost. That at the beginning, you might have a 1K cost per month, and after 6 months, you have 10K, the cloud bill every month, and you're asking yourself, what is happening behind the scene? Why I have so much, why the cost is so high? Because in the end, if you have some performance issue or some apps issue, it's so easy in the cloud to say, from 3 instances, I want 5 instances, and that's all. Now, let's try to take a look on an example. And let's start with a story. Let's imagine that we are working for a warehouse, a very big one, a warehouse management system, and you need to develop the warehouse management system. And we have the following configuration. There are 3 warehouses at 10-kilometer distance. So let's say that the main one is in a city and the 2 secondary ones are very, very close. You have around 800 employees. They are working 24/7, and they need to deliver around 20,000 goods every day. It means that if they deliver 20,000 of goods every day, it means that also they need to manage what goes inside the warehouse. So you have around 30 to 35,000 items that are going inside the warehouse and going outside, and you need to provide them a solution that would manage all the goods, the current status, the count of them, and so on. And you start to do, okay, let's reinvent the current solution. Let's try to use something on top of cloud. Everything looks good, and you are very excited to start such a migration. But after a while, you realize, and this is very common, that the final cost is 200% more than it was initial estimation. You cannot do anything. It is what it is. It was a 9 months program, and in 9 months you had to already run full inside cloud. And after 3 years, you realize only now you are fully in cloud. Even so, some business features are not fully migrated, and operational costs, in theory, inside the cloud should go down. But because you didn't take into account the cloud adoption framework, the well-architected framework, the best practices, and the things that should be done inside the cloud, and you're just doing the same thing that you were doing on-premise, you have the operational cost 1.5 more than you had on-prem. And it's a very common scenarios, and people are asking themselves, well, cloud is not so cheap as I thought. Well, you did follow, and you reinvent the way how you do business, how you are using services when you're inside the cloud, because they are similar with on-prem, but they are very, very different. Now, let's ask ourselves, why does an enterprise wants to do a modernization? Well, pretty simple. For the first thing is to do the cost avoidance. is to increase the staff productivity, to improve the customer experience, to improve the time to market, meaning that if I want to add new features, I don't want to wait 3 months time until I will be able to deliver it in production. No, I want to be able to do this in 1 or 2 days. If I have an idea, if I want to change how a button look like, I don't want to wait the pipeline, 3 months pipeline, until I go in product. No, I want to be agile. I want to do these things very, very fast. And also the last thing, they want to build a new revenue stream, because it's pretty hard, excuse me, when you're on-prem to build new revenue stream, to spin up the infrastructure, to start to use services like, for example, form recognizer or image recognizer, text-to-speech, and everything that is related to AI and ML. But inside cloud, where you have software as a service that are covering these kind of things, and you have the machine learning studio, it's very easy to do this. It's just spinning up and deploying your scripts, and you're done. What does application modernization mean? And we need to understand from the beginning what it is to be able to know what the business would like to achieve. Well, there are 2 things that we need here to mention. First one, it is about creating new business value. And this can be created in this. Think about it all the time. At the moment in time when you do an application modernization, it will not only impact the IT, the solution, the processes, the way how your employees, how the customers are interacting with you will change. And this is something that needs to be known by stakeholders, by the business stakeholders, and also they should support the modernization of the way how they do business, the current processes inside the company, or the way how different departments internally inside the organization communicate between themselves. And also it's about enhance with modern features and capabilities that basically you might, if you are a technical person, you might think about that there are a lot of technical things, but in the end, the end user will see them as new business stream, new features, new capability. Like for example, to be able to do recommendation about what you like to buy before Christmas based on your profile, based on the things that you've done, or based on the things that you already bought, and how does your family looks like. How we should have modernization? Well, if you are planning to use Microsoft Azure, what I highly recommend you to do is to use and to start from CAF, Cloud Adoption Framework. This is the first thing where you should look like. What is CAF? Well, Cloud Adoption Framework was built by Microsoft, taking into account their own experience internally, how they started to use cloud internally for different departments, for different services, and so on, plus the experience that they saw and the feedback from their customers. So it's not something built just from book. No, it's built on real life experience, and it's defined on with 6 different, let's say, stages. We are talking about the first one is when we define the strategy, basically identify the main business justification, why we do this adoption, why we want to migrate and to do a modernization, and what is the expected outcome. And when I say expected outcome, it's not about running inside cloud. No, it's about business KPIs, increasing revenue, increasing number of customers, and things like that. The second phase is when you plan, when you align with everybody that is around you. You define a plan, a backload. You try to understand how you can reach that business outcome, and also identify what are the actionable things that you could do to be able to reach that level. Next, it's the ready phase, where you are starting to prepare people, you're starting to prepare processes and the environment for that change. Basically, you are defining a landing zone. If you are talking about the technology point of view, you are talking, you are defining a landing zone, a blueprint that could host multiple applications, multiple systems for that organization. Because many times when we are doing a modernization, we are not talking about doing a modernization of one application. No, a large organization might have 50, 100, 200. So you need to define exactly what is the landing zone, the template that will be used when you want to modernize the application. Because even if you have 200 applications, you will see that you can group them on different categories. And in most of the cases, you can group them in three or four main categories: front-end, back-end, data analytics. The ones that are classical maybe are using C and C++, and you will need some Azure VMs. The ones that are already containerized, they are using Docker, and in that case, you don't need Azure VMs. You might use Azure Cloud Kubernetes Services or Azure Container Instances, and so on. The next phase is you do the adoption, meaning that you're starting to do the migration. You might have iteration, you might run them in parallel, and you accept the migration, accept the modernization of the application. What else you will do? All the time you will review the blueprint, the landscape, the processes, and you will measure the business outcome. And you align also the internal business, the internal processes that you have, maybe from the business point of view, for example, HR, financial, and so on, to be applicable for the new application that you develop that is running now inside the cloud. Two other things that are very important, and you should start to take a look on them from the beginning, is the government part, basically how you do the control, how you do the security, how you ensure that you are compliant with different requirements, compliance requirements, local requirements, laws, and so on, and how you do the management, the operation, the optimize. Because the story of an app modernization, once they reach cloud, it's not finished. The optimization part needs to be done all the time. Maybe not every day, not every week, but at least one time per month, somebody should check if they're used in the right way, how the services are used, and things like that. And the second thing is the operational part that is very important, and it's not the same as you're doing on-prem. Things look very different, even from the services that you are using, the way how you manage it, the way how you react. Think about it during the governance phase when you're defining the processes. For example, you should define very clear how DR, a disaster recovery, look like. What are the steps? What is the process? What are the actions? And when it is triggered? Have you thought about this when you've done app modernization and moving the application, the app inside cloud? If not, you should ask yourself about these kind of things, and take into account the cloud adoption framework is offering us the landscape, the framework that enable us to do that, and also comes with some very good recommendations and best practices. What we'll talk next in the next 30 minutes is about the way of working during the adopt phase. Basically meaning how we select different services, how we do the technical part during an app modernization. And we will cover the following things. What is the development experience? What are the best practices? How we manage and how we do configuration? What are the procedures that we should be aware of? How we do the integration? Because when we're talking about integration is not only with Azure services. No. It's also about integration with third parties that you used to have on-prem systems, like maybe a data provider, financial provider, and so on. And you need to be able to still communicate with them, to be able to exchange information with them, and things like that, and also tools. And I would say that, and if I would tell you the truth, is that what I'm freaking out normally when I'm talking with people from different companies, from different locations of the world, that when you are talking about app modernization, a lot of them are doing a lot of steps manually. even if you have the tools. And Azure, Microsoft, and also other companies around Microsoft ecosystem and cloud ecosystem in the end, because there are a lot of solutions that are also running on Azure and on AWS and also on GCP, are offering tools that are supporting us to do this kind of modernization, but nobody take a look on these tools. I've seen a lot of projects when things were done manually. And it's not only about a lot of time that is necessary, but the risk to do something wrong or in the wrong way or without being able to measure, it's very, very high. So all the time when you need to do different steps, or for example, you need to define how you manage the stakeholders from the business requirement and so on. When you want to do an modernization, take a look on Cloud Adoption Framework, because you will see templates and you will see how we can do this very easily. You can get some inspiration. You can use the template as is, or you can modify it based on your own needs. But at least you have a starting point from where you can go forward. So how we can adopt Azure services inside our organization? It's not easy, and especially when I'm talking about cloud, it's pretty hard to do that. And it will not be an easy journey. It's pretty start. And what you should do, you should start with simple application, where even if it's are important from the business don't rely on them. So if you do a mistake, it doesn't mean that you will lose business or the customer will see this on their main systems, because if you're doing these things in the right way, the stakeholders might we don't want anymore to do a modernization. Let's do a step back and let's stay on-prem system. And this is happening not because the cloud vendors are not offering the right services. No, it's because you and because of the teams that done a modernization, they didn't took into account all the things that were necessary and didn't follow some best practices and the frameworks that are provided by different cloud vendors. And what is very important here is the quality attributes, to find the right balance about what are the current quality attributes that are for the current system. What do you like to achieve from the quality attributes once you migrate? And for example, if on-premise system, uptime used to be 90% or even 85%, and the stakeholder come to you and say, well, because we are moving to cloud, we want availability of 99.999%. I was in this kind of situation, and we are talking about what is the motivation to go from 90 to 99.999. Well, it's just because cloud. Yes, but this will cost you a lot, even if you're in the cloud, and will take you a lot of time to design and to build such solutions. So also you need to challenge if some quality attributes are just changed from on-premise to cloud, because some of them they're just put it there because they think that in cloud it's very easily to achieve these kind of things. Now, let's start from a simple application and let's try together to identify what are the services that we could use to be able to do the modernization. We have a very simple application, the one that we were talking about the warehouse, where we have on-prem system the following, I would say, subsystems and components or layers, depend how you want to take a look on, how you want to see them. You have the file storage, you have the SQL Server, you have some backend that is doing and managing the business behind the scene and process the data. You have a classical front end with the user interface for mobile, for desktop, and maybe for some exotical devices. And you have an API that is used by employees inside the data warehouse, and also by some smart devices that automatically move some boxes from one place to another, from one purchase to another inside the warehouse, something like that. And also you have third parties that are used, for example, to do automatical orders from other warehouses, to calculate stock and to do some predictions, to do automatical payments and things like that. So you have everything around it, and even you are tracking the trucks to know exactly when they will arrive and things like that. And now, let's start with the basic one, the most simple one that you could use, the storage layer, where what we can do here, the file storage from on-prem can be replaced very easily with Azure storage. Because if you're using file storage, you can decide very easily to use Azure files from Azure storage, and from SQL Server you can go easily with Azure SQL DB. Now the problem is the following: how you do the migration, how you take all this data, verify that they are compatible, for example, with Azure SQL, and how you migrate these kind of things. You will say, well, I could do it manually. I can take a backup from on-prem. I can do a restore. I could restore it inside Azure SQL, and I will see if it's working or not. Well, this is an option, but you will lose a lot of time. And if somebody's changing something in your on-prem database until the migration, you might be surprised that once you decide to do the real migration, things will not work as expected. So, for example, in these cases, we have some tools provided by Microsoft. For Azure SQL, we are talking about data migration assistant that is able to do the assessment to tell you if your on-prem SQL database is compatible with Azure SQL services, and it also can identify which Azure SQL services, it could be managed instances, could be Azure SQL, could be Elastic Pool to do some cost optimization. And for larger migration, when you have multiple databases and large amount of data, you can use Azure Data Migration Services that it's not only doing the assessment and to check the compatibility and to provide you recommendation, but Data Migration Services also can do the migration itself almost in real time. And that's pretty awesome. For Azure Storage, you have AZ Copy and Azure Data Factory. AZ Copy, it's perfect if you have small amount of data that you can migrate it by yourself. Data Factory is when you have a large amount of data and you will still need to keep a synchronization between on-prem and cloud, because sometimes you might not do the full migration from the first moment. Some other apps on-prem could still use could still use file storage locally and things like that. Now, what I want to show to you, we don't have too much time for demos. I want just to show to you how simple does the AZ Copy look like and what are the core features. Something that I really like a lot on AZ Copy is that you can write your own scripts. You can decide exactly what you can do and how. And another thing on top of that, I really enjoy AZ Copy, is that you have a session. Basically, you have a job that you are starting. You can all the time check what is the current status of the job. You can stop it if it's necessary. You can check and you can decide if you want to do something more on that. And for example, you can decide exactly when you do the migration, what you would like to happen if already the file's already there. Would you like to overwrite it? You would like to keep the current version or to rename it and so on. And also you have regular expressions that are supported, and they are very powerful. If you want to migrate only some things, or to migrate all the things, then AZ Copy is your answer. Azure SQL DB data migration is pretty awesome. It's very easy to use. I would like to really invite you to just download it locally and just play with it. It's pretty awesome. Now, let's talk about the other part. We talk about the deeper layer, about the storage and the database, where we have now Azure Storage and Azure SQL Database. Let's talk about the web app and the REST API. And if you need to do a modernization, things might be a little bit challenging here. Because the number of services, the number of options that you have inside Azure, for example, it's pretty high. You have Azure Kubernetes Services. You have Azure Functions. You have Azure App Services, where you have the web apps and API apps. Just wanted to let you know, web apps, API apps are almost the same. It's just what they're exposing, but you can expose APIs also using web apps. It's up to you. But the problem is that we have at least 3. We have more options for the front end, but the idea that you have a lot of options that you can that you need to review, and you need to decide which one is the best for me. For this kind of situation, Cloud Adoption Framework can provide you very good guidance about it. In our case, and we need to take into account, we are talking about a classical web application. They might be Docker compatibility, but we are not sure. What you can do, you can go with Azure Web App. And it's a good starting point. You can review to see if they are Docker compatible, and if it is, perfect. Inside Azure Web App, you can run without any kind of issues Docker images. And you can just define 2 different web apps, one for the UI, one for the API. And it's very important now to not do over-provisioning. Try to identify the right size, the right tier of the web app that is necessary for you and for your system. And all the time, keep an eye, especially at the beginning, when you do a cloud adoption, on your secrets, where you're storing the secrets, the certifications, the passwords, the connection strings, who has access to your system. You shouldn't allow all the development team to be able to access the subscription where you have different environments. Now, they are just doing the deployment. This is why you have the pipelines, nothing more than that. Now, let's take a look at some cool features that I really like on Visual Studio and on Azure. One of the things that I really enjoy, I already have an app prepared here. But what I want to show to you here is the following. If you already have a web app, you can automatically check if it has Docker support, if it's compatible, and to create automatically all the things that are necessary to be able to run as a Docker image. You can decide if you want to run it as Linux or as a Windows OS, and automatically, behind the scene, Visual Studio will create the Docker file, will modify it to have the basic configuration to be able to run your app. And this is pretty amazing. If you go back to our web application, over there you can have the Docker images deployed if it's compatible with Docker. If not, you can deploy the classical app. And this is what I would like, and I really recommend to take a look on App Service. It's very powerful because why? You have only one Azure service where you can run applications that are not compatible with Docker, a classical Java or .NET app, for example, or PHP and so on. And on the other way around, you can run Docker images. And for management and operation and for the DevOps team, they only need to manage only one service, not 3 or 4 of them, and to need to understand all of them from security, operation, scripting, and infrastructure code, and so on. Another thing that I would like to mention here, and people are forgetting, is the following. If you're using Docker and app services at this moment in time, and you want to use it in combination with the application inside, you'll not be able to do this directly if you are using a Docker image inside app service using a Windows Container app. And this is pretty shocking. We are talking about Microsoft and Azure, and they supported further application inside Docker images on Linux. This is pretty awesome. This is why you see that they're more focusing on what are the highest needs versus what they are trying to push on the market. Now let's go forward and let's talk about a little bit about deployment and application insight. For deployment, and this is pretty interesting here, is that Azure DevOps is not only very powerful, but also is offering some features that I would say that are pretty awesome. One of them is that you can have the pipelines, you can have the release pipelines and so on. But what is here pretty nice is that you can automatically define and you can automatically create release plans that are covering different Azure services and are managing. And why I'm saying, because at the moment in time you need to manage secrets, don't write them in the configuration files. For example, in app settings, don't put here any kind of secrets, even if the connection string for database, something like that. Why? Because you have the ability, for example, to specify to Visual Studio that you want to integrate with different Azure services, and all the components that are related to it, they will automatically host it in different locations. They will not reach GitHub and things like that. And on the production environment and inside cloud, you should take a look on Azure Key Vault. And why I'm saying Azure Key Vault, because it is the perfect place where you want to keep your secrets. Besides secrets, you can have the keys that are managed, for example, for encryption, something like that. You can import your own certification or create your own or custom certifications. And one more thing about it that it is allowing us to do, for example, for secret, is to have multiple versions to decide exactly when you want to rotate some secrets, from when a specific version of a secret will be available, and which one is enabled, and things like that. For example, in this example, what you can see, this one is enabled and the second one is disabled, but starting from 23 it was active until I created a new one. Also, the previous one also is still available based on the ID. And I would really highly recommend to keep all your secrets there. Now, you need to monitor. We have the application insights to get real-time information about the current status of the application, the number of sessions. But what I really like on Key Vault is at the moment in time when you need to debug, to understand what happened, why a specific error happened. What application insights give us the ability to do is to have the full activity of a user that use our application from the first time when he access our app. Doesn't need to be a front-end app. It can be a REST API. And you can track all the things that he's done until he reached the error and after it. So it's very easily to understand the context and why these kind of things happen, and to do the drill down to understand why the thing happened. Might be because of the way how the user use your app, maybe some backend issues and things like that. Now you need a place where you want to store the configuration. One option is to settings, and it's pretty okay. Or in the config, it's nothing wrong. But if you have multiple teams that are using the same services, you will store the same configuration in multiple locations. And if you change a connection string, a key, or thing like that, you need to ensure that you will update everything everywhere the same thing. Another option that we have available is app config. What is allowing app config to do is allowing us to keep all the configuration of one or multiple application in only one location. The normal configuration, like for example, which environment is, what is the current status, and things like that, can be in clear text. The more sensitive information, for example, the connection string, you could integrate with a key vault reference. What does this mean? You have a key in the configuration that will be accessed by the app, let's say DB connection string. You can specify which key vault you want to use that was already created, and also the secret that is matching the configuration that you have. And what does this mean? Based on role-based authentication and based on service principles, the system can decide that that application have the right to access the configuration, the access the secret from the key vault, and will fetch the data from there. And also, if you need to manage access not only of the user but also of different Azure services instances, for example, if the app service is allowed to access Azure storage or another container, anything like that, don't do this by hand. Azure AD and role-based access control give us the ability through service principal to provide access through it directly. So it means that you don't need to manage the connection string and the configuration by hand inside the application. It can be managed externally and it's very powerful and can be really changed dynamically during a deployment, an environment deployment, and so on and so on. It might be at the beginning, the learning curve could be a little bit higher, but once you start to manage it, it will be awesome. You can do pretty amazing things with it. Now, let's talk about the backend, the hard thing. You might say, well, it's very simple. We're just pushing some Azure VMs. Yes, you could do this. But we're talking about an app modernization. What are our options? Well, we have multiple options. We have Kubernetes services where you have more flexibility on the operation and management part of the Kubernetes cluster. After that, you have the ACE, the Azure Container Instances, when you just deploy your instances and you don't care about it anymore. Everything is managed by Azure, and you have Azure Functions. And why you have Azure Functions? Because if you have Docker images, you can run the Docker image with success inside an Azure function. And this is the tricky part because in our case, in the case we are talking about now, we have in the backend already Docker images. And you need to decide which services I would like to use, Azure Functions, Azure Container Instances, or Azure Kubernetes services. In our case, let's go with Azure Container Instances. And why? Because we don't want to have too much control on the Kubernetes cluster. We don't have special compliance and rules that we need to follow. And we don't want to do that thing by ourselves. I want to just push the container instances inside a container registry or in some Docker registry. And from there, to be able to deploy it and specify how to scale up and down. And that's it. Azure Container Instances is the perfect service for you. Now, there are some things that we need to take into account. On-prem, we might have some custom load balancing solutions, things like that. What we could use when we're talking about Azure. One option is Azure Application Gateway. It's similar with Azure Load Balancer, but with some small differences. Application Gateway is allowing us to manage only HTTP and HTTPS traffic, but we can do rerouting. We can do offload of the certification, HTTP offload at the application gateway level. And something pretty cool at application gateway is that we can define security rules and we have application firewall included that is offering us OAuth protection at the load balancer layer, at application gateway layer. It means that, yes, we need still to take into account OAuth protection at this layer and DB layer and backend layer and so on. But you have one more layer protection out of the box where you can be notified, you can take actions and things like that. If you do if you are deploying your solution in multiple regions, or you only have one region, but you want to do some managing of where you put the load and so on. In a classical solution, you might look at Azure Traffic Manager, that is basically a global load balancer that is cross regions, and you can redirect traffic based on different conditions, things like that. But because we are just using HTTP and HTTPS traffic, nothing more than that, we have Azure Frontend that is equivalent for application gateway if you are comparing it with load balancer. So Azure Front Door It is the Azure Traffic Manager for only for HTTP and HTTPS traffic, and it's providing you a very complex routing capabilities that is not available on Traffic Manager, and that's pretty awesome. Based on header information, based on how does the URL look like, what are the attributes, and things like that, you can decide where to redirect the traffic. The rules that you can define are very, very complex and are very, very powerful, and that's pretty awesome. Now, don't have too much about time of a demo for application gateway. What is important here, and what I like to mention, the firewall, the application firewall, the WAF, doesn't come with the most cheapest tier of application gateway. And another thing I really like at application gateway, that you can specify the minimal and maximal number of instances of application gateway that you want to have, and it can scale based on the load, based on the traffic that you have. Now, how does our solution look like? Something like that. We have storage, SQLDB, app config, key vault, application insight. We have the web app for our front end. We have the web app for the API. We have application. We have the Azure front door. We are using Azure AD and Azure RBAC for everything that is related to managing access, not only for user, but also between different services. We still need to do data synchronization and migration of data with third parties, with on-prem data, and so on. And what we could use here. Well, the first thing we need to take into account, what we need to do, what we need to synchronize. Well, we have an SSIS package, we have a payload that we need to sync, we need to do some API sync with third parties, and with some local DBs, because of some machines, physical machines, some robots inside the warehouse, that we cannot use anything else. So what we could use? First thing, we can use Azure Data Factory. It is allowing us to run SSIS packages inside it. It can do calls to APIs and to be able to manage the calls from there and so on. What's next? We have the DB sync. Well, for these kind of things, one of the most simple solutions is to use Azure Sync. But be very it's a pretty powerful feature service, but you need to be very careful how you configure and what kind of data you would like to synchronize, and also challenge the business, challenge the stakeholders. What is the synchronization time frame? What is the maximum latency that is acceptable? And the last thing, you have the payload. Normal files. Don't think about an FTP connection. That's wrong. Don't do that, please. Don't think about an API to exploit files. It's hard to do that. It's very error prone. And why you like to reinvent the wheel? For file synchronization between Azure storage and local file storage, you have Azure File Sync that automatically can push data to Azure storage and the other way around. So we're covered. One more thing, infrastructure. Now, when we're talking about infrastructure, there are two things that I would like to mention that are very, very important when we're talking about the when we're talking about cloud adoption. The first thing, you need to decide how you want to have the VPN connection. And in most of the cases, you have two options, site-to-site VPN and express route. If you say that I don't need a VPN connection, don't do that. You need a secure channel, a secure tunnel through which the data can flow. Because it's not only about one or two services. You might want to have a stable connection. And if you're very sensitive to connection issues and things like that, and latency and bandwidth things, then you should go with express route. That even if it might look expensive, take a look on what you pay at this moment in time for the internet connection and take into account that it's offering two different connections. And all the time you have a second one redundant. Also, it's offering you a minimal bandwidth upload and download that is secured through an SLA. And the last thing is about the topology of your network. When you're designing a network inside Azure or inside any other cloud provider, take a look and analyze the hub-spoke topology. If you decide to not use a hub-spoke topology, you should manage the risk. You should understand why hub-spoke topology is not the right one for you. And I would really even challenging you, why don't need to use it? Because in time, if you add more application system, hub-spoke topology is offering you the right blueprint to be able to develop, to ensure that security is very easily to implement. You can monitor the traffic and so on. Now, my final thoughts. My final thoughts is just a recommendation, my personal recommendation related to what are the main services that you should take a look from different points of view. From the payload point of view, when you need to identify services that might respond to your needs, I have two services that I really love, and I very easily can make a match in a lot of opportunities. The first one is Azure Web App, and the second one is Azure Kubernetes. Web App goes very well for small organizations, simple application. For big organization where you have a lot of systems that you need to migrate and you have a lot of compliance things that you need to follow, then Azure Kubernetes is offering you the right place where you can run the payload. For larger organization, Azure SQL DB might not be a good solution. Managed instances might look pretty nice at the beginning because of backward compatibility thing, but if you can try to go with Elastic Pool, because once you are migrating 50, 100 databases, Elastic Pool is offering you a way how you can optimize the computation power, how you can share the same computation power through different databases. And it's about cost. It's about cost optimization in a very simple way. As long as you can run the database inside Elastic Pool and you are not and you don't need to use managed instances or Azure SQL Server DB server VM. For these kind of things, feel free to use, for example, the data migration service tool that can help you with it. For storage selection, especially when you need backward compatibility with some local file storage, Azure Files is your friend. Azure File Storage Service. Sharing files over SMB 3.0, and this is perfect for most of classical system, can be very easily integrated to do synchronization with on-prem system and is offering out of the box for any kind of synchronization when we're talking about payload, about object, files, things like that, nothing more than that. So thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being part of JSTalk. I hope that you found some interesting information from my session. If you have any kind of questions or you would like to share your opinion about that, feel free to do it now or feel free to contact me over Twitter or LinkedIn. Have a great weekend and thank you for joining this great conference. Bye-bye.
Добре. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining JSTalks 2020. Our conference is going to its end. Thank you very much for the whole commitment. Thank you again to all our attendees, but especially thanks again to our community team, because without volunteers, without our team, it will be not possible to have this awesome conference. And thanks again to our speakers and our partners. I hope that you will have good impression from this conference. We will ask you for feedback. We will send you feedback forms. And also with some of our partners, we will have again raffle next week with attendees registered for the event. So stay tuned and take care on our news from webpage, from Facebook page, and from mailing list. And we will have again many new moments, new good moments next month. We will organize different events. Hope that you will join these events, and especially we are starting to plan our next JSTalks in November 2021. We will send you additional information very soon. Thank you again, and hope to see you next year.
Welcome to Volkswagen Consulting. I'm sure that many of you know the Volkswagen very well, and you have at least one Volkswagen appliance or car. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IT solutions. We have been active in the IT space for more than 20 years, even before the IT term came into existence. We have a very strong focus on delivering core IT technology, for example, a platform which serves many domains and many businesses. Based on the platform, all customers can easily connect, control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and In the mobility domain, our customers perform multiple updates for units, passenger cars, and commercial vehicles. We have massive experience in smartphone development, and our solutions provide the foundation for advanced smartphone platforms offered by customers, such as Miele, Dell, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Apple, or Smartphone, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform for all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago between migration plans to public clouds customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but leaders and companies that so far failed to the main obstacle is traditional customers that are still sticking to the DSL and they cannot say how much they are costing. They cannot provide continuous value-added service. I'm not sure if they're falling behind or and they have not created new revenues. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. Welcome to Bosch I/O in the B2B space, where I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch appliance or optimize and use operational. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several commercial and industrial buildings as well as. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT trend. Bosch I/O very strong focus on delivering the core technology. Horizontal platform with serve needs and many.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with a lost soul, looking for a soul. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road.
For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent.
And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster grows out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster grows out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me.
The 5G solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right.
The main obstacle, especially
What if I
for
set
traditional
the
device
parameters to
manufacturers,
look
is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-added service which the customer.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human.
This means that they also cannot cover
He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
It is somewhat
And they respond right away, even to his gestures.
They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as
Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster comes out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector?
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable
Thrive
decisions.
Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision
Innovative
was to
trading
create
software
solutions
is
that
about to
exceed customer
disrupt the financial industry.
Since 2014,
Dev experts
Stripe
will
is
be
part of
there.
the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripe forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripe forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe. We are in charge.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Oh.